Duke Cullen de Levelton has approached his daughter about her willingness to become his adopted daughter. He is a powerful man who holds wealth and power in the kingdom, and is also the main character in the novel titled The Daily Life of the Duke of Levelton's Family. The main character of the novel is a little girl named Lee, who went from being a beggar to becoming the Duke's adopted daughter. It was like winning the lottery for her. She was an honorable invitee to the world of wealth and luxury. It seemed like a sweet dream to Lee, but there was one but to her story. She felt pressured by the fact that the novel's protagonist, the Duke, was definitely a murderer. This fact embarrassed the poor girl, and she began to wonder about her fate and safety around such a man. The young girl thought carefully over the gentleman's proposal, and her long contemplation might have appeared to him as a sign of refusal. However, let us put things in their proper place. Our protagonist is so young that she doesn't even possess the skill of reading. She has been mastering everything that those around her have learned on her own. On this particular day, she managed to read 2 whole words. A boy who was a friend of our heroine showed interest in her lessons. He thought that trying to read was useless if one was not even sure of one's ability. The princess assured her friend that she knew a few letters. It was a small but important step in her learning journey that she was making on her own. She was eager to change her status as a beggar and was determined to reach her goal. Her first step was to look for a job to begin to change her destiny. The questions of the boy, who did not understand the meaning of the young lady's words, only added to the confusion. The young girl was frustrated, realizing that influencing fate was not an easy task. She realized the need to focus, but her friend distracted her from that thought with his questions. After the loss of her mother, the young princess was forced to go out on the streets to beg for alms. It was a difficult period for her to face the reality of life. Friends in misfortune, claiming that passers-by gave money for her cute looks, only emphasized the cruelty of the circumstances and the difficulties she had to face on her way. Therefore, whenever the children discovered rich people on the streets, they immediately informed the young girl. It was like a kind of daily practice for them. If they managed to get alms, they would share the bread they found and eat it together. Thus, this was their way of life on the streets, where every day was filled with the struggle for survival. One day, the children decided to attract the attention of a young girl to a tall man who, in their opinion, seemed very wealthy. They patted her on the back, pointing at him. The man looked quite respectable. He was dressed in black, adorned with a red tie, and wore a nice coat. His appearance left no doubt about his wealth. Lee, who decided to seize the opportunity, had no idea that this chance encounter would change her life forever. She apologized to the young gentleman for bothering her and only asked for a single coin. As she looked at her, the young man in front of her gave Lee a special thrill. It became clear to her how attractive this stranger was. However, her expectations were shattered in the blink of an eye. The man rejected her request and politely asked her to leave, explaining that he was busy. Thus, the encounter with this man, which Lee had considered as an opportunity, turned out to be an unexpected turn of events, leaving her with mixed feelings and disappointment. Lee, taking in the scene, found herself looking at a mind-boggling picture. A young woman staying in a hospital room, reading a book in depth. Instantly realizing that it was her own past, Lee noticed that despite her state of health, the young woman was in a good mood and smiling. An important addition to this picture was a detail. The same girl was immersed in the pages of a book called The Daily Life of the Duke of Levelton's Family, which suggested that this book was directly related to the young gentleman in the coat. Little Lee contemplated these scenes in front of her, realizing that Cullen, this young gentleman, had his own mission, and in that regard everything became clearer. Cullen was on the hunt for a special criminal whose repertoire of crimes was wide and whose danger level was high. He realized that there was no time for long deliberation, for the criminal could escape in time by taking advantage of the train. The peculiarity of this criminal was his red cap, but Cullen did not know this, not having enough information about his appearance. By concealing his identity under the visor of the red cap and changing his appearance, the criminal cleverly blended in with the crowd of poor people, avoiding conspicuousness. While Cullen carried onward, trying to catch up with the train at the railroad station, the criminal, hiding under the guise of one of the beggars, carried out a brutal massacre that left 30 people dead. The first victim of the outlaw was a little boy named Walter, living in distress. These lines were from a book that young Lady had read in her past life, and they led her to fear that similar horrific events could happen again in the present. Realizing that her friend Walter was in danger, Lee was prepared to take action to protect him and prevent the threat. After warning Cullen de Levelton not to go to the railroad station, as it could lead to tragic consequences for many people, the girl faced misunderstanding from the gentleman, who did not take her words seriously. Lee warned the gentleman that a criminal wearing a red cap had recently been spotted in the area. She watched as he skillfully pretended to be heading toward the railroad station, but in fact he was hiding in an alley, and his appearance exactly matched that of the demon killer William depicted in the posters. In response to the young lady's warning, Cullen only asked her if it was true, casting doubt on her words. The young lady was greatly disturbed and begged Cullen to hurry to get to the right place on time. Following the young lady's instructions, Cullen immediately rushed in the direction the girl showed him, eager to react quickly to any possible danger. After discovering the criminal, the Lord used the power of dark magic to punish him for his crimes. Cullen felt incredibly satisfied that he was able to punish and eliminate bandits using a variety of methods. The young lady realized that when Cullen talked about his actions with criminals, he looked like a psychopath, and this made her uneasy. Suddenly, the shouting stopped, and Lee realized that she should hurry to leave the place, as the situation had become extremely tense and dangerous. Cullen had no time to slip away when he noticed and detained the young princess, whose condition expressed fear and anxiety. He had intended to ask her some questions, but seeing the poor girl trembling with fear, he felt a strong sympathy. A tumult of shouting and crowds of people rushing to flee in the direction from which the sounds were coming, which only added to the tension of the situation. Realizing that more people would soon arrive here, Cullen took his business card out of his pocket and remarked that it was time for a frank conversation, as there were too many prying eyes here. Introducing himself as Cullen de Levelton, he invited Lee to have a conversation with him, meaning to discuss the help she had been given. His purpose was to discuss with Lee about the help given to her or some other important matter. Our heroine is in the world of a fictional novel, but unfortunately she turns out to be only an unimportant character living in poverty and with little luck. Thus, will it be her ultimate fate to live a life of complete poverty? After all, she hasn't even had a chance to taste the charm and sweetness that this fictional world has to offer. Our heroine hopes that in her next life she will manage to be born healthy and happy, which will be one of her strongest wishes. Among all her wishes and dreams, she realized that health holds a special place and is the most important aspect of her life. The flowers and pieces of paper covered with unidentified symbols that fell into her hands caused her a sense of surprise and incomprehension, as she could not figure out their meaning. She had seen these letters somewhere before, but her memories of it remained vague and uncertain, giving her no clear understanding of the origin of the symbols. While looking at the symbols on the pieces of paper, an association with the letters she had seen on a business card suddenly arose in her mind. These symbols were part of an advertisement seeking servants for the Duke of Levelton's family. A moment of reverie quickly turned into the thought, maybe this is my unique opportunity to change my destiny, as she realized the connection between those symbols and her desire to get out of her current situation. In addition, Cullen had mentioned that she was to meet him, which strengthened Lee's resolve to go to this meeting, as she saw it as a chance to change her life. When the servant asked the question, "Are you claiming that this card was given to you personally by the Duke?" it made Lee remember that she had already seen these symbols on a paper belonging to the Duke, thus confirming that she had received it directly from him. She confirmed her words, claiming that she received the card from the Duke himself, who ordered her to appear before him personally. A young man appeared and addressed the servant, asking what had happened and why the girl claimed to have been invited by the Duke. The servant informed him that the girl claimed that the Duke had personally called this young girl to him, which left him surprised and perplexed. The thought that this boy might be Cullen's son, Jade, flashed through the heroine's mind, adding mystery to the situation. On second thought, Jade considered the possibility that his father had a new hobby or interest. Le shows up at Duke Cullen's house and insists on meeting immediately, claiming she has important business that requires his attention. Jade, the butler, opens the door and leads Lee inside, instructing her to follow him inside the house, implying that the Duke has reasons to meet with her. When the Duke recognizes Lee upon entering the house, perhaps from her previous visits, it causes Jade, the Duke's son, to be surprised to discover her presence unexpectedly. Jade approaches his father about meeting the girl, causing the Duke to be surprised that Le has provided him with her business card, and suspicions arise about her honesty. Herzog claims to know Le and feels a certain responsibility towards her, which only adds to Jade's questions and causes him to be even more perplexed. Jade, confused and surprised, feels resentment and disbelief at his father's words, watching Le closely and trying to make sense of what is happening. Lee, expressing interest in the condition of the maids, turns to the Duke, taking an active part in discussing the matter and trying to see if there is any change in that direction. The Duke does not immediately understand the reason for the question asked, causing him to be confused and surprised. The girl explains that she saw an advertisement for servants in a newspaper article and assumes that, given her previous assistance to the Duke, she might have been invited to apply for the position. Despite her mere 9 years of age, Le states that she is strong and healthy enough for her age and is willing to perform a wide range of duties. She states that she is willing to limit her eating to 1 meal a day and is willing to do a variety of chores such as mopping floors and doing laundry. Le shows a willingness and determination to offer her services, demonstrating a readiness for labor, which elicits an unexpected request from the Duke and his son. Due to her petite figure, the little girl offers to clean the chimney, which becomes an unexpected suggestion to those present. Suddenly, a girl named Marion enters the room and introduces herself as Cullen's younger sister, causing surprise and questions to arise from those present. Marion shows interest in the girl's parents, asking about their whereabouts and thus causing surprise and curiosity in the room. The girl opens up and reveals that she had a mom who died a few years ago, which illuminates her difficult past and current situation. Duke's sister asks where the girl usually lives and gets the answer that she has no permanent residence, leaving some mystery in the air. The girl explains that she has to live wherever she can without a permanent residence, further emphasizing her precarious situation. The Duke finds out where Lee usually sleeps, expressing his concern and interest in her living conditions, which shows his care and attention to the little girl. Le's little girl explains that she is forced to sleep outside, but claims that despite the hardship, she tries to keep the place where she spends her nights clean. Le claims that all she has to do is cover herself with some discarded blanket to sleep on, but her words are met with silent bewilderment and reflect the general sense of sadness in the room. The Duke's younger sister, Marion, asks Le if she understood correctly that her brother Cullen invited the girl here in order to settle accounts with her or offer her some sort of help. Le replies that she could ask for much more, expressing her surprise at the offer to become a common maid, which emphasizes her modest and self-assured nature. Lee expresses her passion for change, stating that she is eager for change and does not wish to remain in the future in her current position as a poor woman. She expresses her desire to change her destiny to escape the humiliation and difficult conditions she faces on the street and achieve a better life. Lee's goal is to achieve a normal life, free from the constant hardships and humiliation she experiences on the street, and to build a more sustainable future. Marion, the Duke's younger sister, asks if this is the main reason why Le came to their home, thus expressing interest in the girl's motivations and goals. Le feels lost and has no clear idea where to turn for help, expressing her need for support and understanding from those around her. Marion responds by supporting Lee by stating that she understands her feelings and expresses her sympathy, emphasizing that the girl deserves understanding and respect. The girl appears with flowers in her hands, expressing her love and desire to do something nice for others, which becomes a symbol of her kindness and care. The Duke, surprised by this unexpected gesture, asks where the flowers came from, seeking to understand their origin and significance, which expresses his curiosity and interest in the girl. The girl herself feels perplexed, not remembering how or where she got the flowers, since they happened to be near her when she woke up. Her fear is lest the Duke thinks she stole the flowers, and she tries to explain her situation to avoid misunderstanding. The girl reveals that she knows an older boy who sells flowers and suggests that her friends probably left the flowers near her while she slept, which becomes a possible explanation for the origin of the flowers. The Duke's younger sister, Marion, moves on to the question of what kind of reward the girl wants, expressing her concern and willingness to help her in her need, which reflects her kindness and consideration for others. The girl, with touching modesty, declares that she is willing to accept any reward offered to her or a quarter of the amount received by the adults. Full of curiosity, the Duke seeks to clarify the circumstances and asks how the girl learned of his search for William, expressing his surprise and interest. The girl tells him that she saw a man in the alleyway who resembles the wanted criminal described in the posters, which elicits an acknowledgement of her observation and vigilance. The Duke asks why she approached him specifically, given the multitude of other people, reflecting his surprise and desire to understand the girl's motives. She replies that it was an accident, but the Duke's surprise cannot be hidden, as he does not understand why it was he who caught her attention. The girl explains that she could have turned to anyone in the crowd for help, but the Duke attracted her by his beauty, not realizing that a high-born aristocrat stood before her. Noticing that Li is aware of his directions to the train station, the Duke suddenly asks her about it, showing his interest in the details. The girl replies that a well-dressed man like the Duke would not run through dirty alleys, which allows her to guess his route, reflecting her observation and considerations. The Duke expresses his admiration by recognizing her intelligence, which unexpectedly touches Li and makes her feel appreciated. Reasoning with Li, the Duke asks her to wait, explaining that he must discuss the girl's proposal with the family council, demonstrating his seriousness and responsibility. Li, worried and unsure of her decision, hopes that her act was not a mistake, and tears come to her eyes, reflecting her excitement and doubt. The little girl wishes she could at least work in the stables instead of doing house service or helping in the kitchen, expressing her preferences and desires for a job. Duke's younger sister, Marion, feels sympathy for the little girl and ponders the possibility of taking her under her wing, expressing her concern. However, Jade expresses doubts about whether the child should be considered a pet, raising questions about her status in the house. The sister begins to argue her point, offering the alternative that Li could go to the temple where she would be provided with food and education, expressing concern for her welfare. Jade expresses her doubts about this idea, pointing out that perhaps Li would become a nun, which is not in line with their family's plans and expectations. The Duke expresses concern about the rumors that might arise if they were to accept a young child as a servant, emphasizing the social aspects of the situation. Marion suggests that they consider adopting Li into their family and providing her with a privileged upbringing. Jade regards the idea with disbelief, believing it to be a joke, but the Duke asserts that it is not just such a duck, but a very real suggestion. The Duke reminds her that the job was advertised 6 months ago, and several maids have already been hired. Li, feeling sad, discovers that her job offer has not been accepted. The Duke, expressing concern, asks Li if she is willing to obey all of his instructions. Li agrees, expressing her willingness to follow his instructions. The Duke promises her 5 gold coins weekly, which comes as a shock to her as the amount seems huge to her. Li is puzzled about her future, not knowing what she is to become, and is surprised when the Duke says he will take her in as an adopted child. Li's question about whether an adopted daughter is a type of servant elicits laughter from Marion, creating a touching moment. Little La feels surprised that she will be allocated her own servant, not realizing the full significance of the event. The news that she will be adopted adds even more surprise to the little girl's heart. Her sister, addressing her brother, points out the confusion in his words as he first speaks of money and then asks if she will be his daughter. The boy relays that the prince is waiting for the Duke, causing unexpected excitement in his routine. The Duke, engrossed in his own affairs, asks the boy to wait, showing indifference to the royal family. The girl, observing what is happening, wonders how one can be so indifferent to the royal family, seeing it as a manifestation of the greatness of the Duke's family. The Duke announces to the girl that because of her young age, he cannot allow her to work, but thoughtfully offers to let her live in his house. The Duke's decision comes as a surprise to the girl when he orders her to become his daughter, opening the way to high society for her. Accepting the status of Cullen's daughter means entering the high society and becoming part of the famous Duke's family. The Duke, clarifying whether she agrees, offers her a unique chance to become part of his noble house. The girl's agreement, mixed with feelings of happiness and uncertainty, indicates her inner struggle before such a radical change in her life. The Duke reminds her that such a chance comes only once in a lifetime, emphasizing its importance and value. The Duke makes a strong statement about giving appropriate instructions to the butler to make changes in the girl's life. The younger sister, stunned by this news, expresses her outrage, noting that the Duke does not even know her name. The Duke explains that there is no need to know her street name, as he intends to give her a new one, bringing with it warmth and care. At this time, La realizes that she has never given her name until now and decides to share that her real name is Lee, given to her by her mother. The Duke, showing consideration for her, shares the assumption that she was probably born on a Monday, revealing his knowledge of the ancient meaning of La's name. Surprised by this news, La heads to the bathroom, where the Duke assures her that a maid will be arriving soon to help her bathe. The Duke informs her that the butler's name is Shin, bringing new members into the family and creating an atmosphere of warmth. Immersed in her new reality, the girl asks the Duke a question about what awaits her when she becomes the butler's adopted daughter. Li's question reveals to her the prospect of her future in this cozy house filled with care and attention. Accepting her new role as the little mistress, Li announces to the Duke her decision to become part of their family, opening a new chapter in her life. The girl questions the reasons for her acceptance into the house with incredible sincerity, wondering why the Duke chose to bring an orphan and what is now expected of her. The Duke, answering as an adult, emphasizes that in aristocratic families, taking in foster children is not unusual and is sometimes even considered a charitable act. He explains that sometimes families adopt children to keep their own children company, creating a special bond within the family circle. Duke emphasizes that adopting orphans is a type of charity that benefits both parties. In this act of charity, Duke sees a chance to give Lee a chance to give her education and experience so that she can develop into a skillful professional in her field. Once in an aristocratic family, Lee becomes an object of admiration, and the Duke's generosity and charity becomes recognized and supported by the community. The little girl begins to dream of a future where she, having grown into an admirable lady, can repay the favor and contribute to the causes of charity. In a dangerous world where the streets are filled with criminals, left an orphan realizes that fate may be favorable to her. Instead of struggling to survive, an opportunity is presented to not only avoid starvation, but also to receive an education that was previously out of her reach. Grateful for the help, La realizes that this is her chance at a new life where there will be plenty of care and opportunity. The butler, realizing his rudeness, apologizes and promises to take care of La as a proper lady in this special family. It is noted that the Duke does not show equal concern for everyone, but makes La's health and well-being important goals. La turns to her butler, Shun, to see if she has found shelter with the powerful mage who is now her guardian. Despite her fears, La hopes for a peaceful and healthy life, despite the Duke's dark past, whose deeds have brought doom to many. Cullen, an unusual assassin, pulls Lee out of danger, becoming her new protector and guardian in this world. He is not only an assassin, but also the most powerful dark mage of the last 5 centuries, surrounding himself with an aura of mystery and magic that inevitably draws attention to him. In his struggle for survival, Duke Cullen has discovered a way to keep himself alive by drawing strength from dark magic, countering his own dark energy. His unique power lies in his ability to absorb mana, enhanced by the magical energy extracted from the bodies of his victims. Upon learning of Cullen's abilities, his family members decided to use him as a weapon against the dark forces in an attempt to balance their influence on the world. Emerging from mysterious circumstances, Cullen becomes not just a member of his family, but a unique tool in their hands, capable of resisting darkness and giving hope for a bright future. His function in the family turns into the role of a killer of killers who is the embodiment of justice, using his dark power. Thus, an anti-hero emerges whose task is to exterminate other villains, becoming part of the overall strategy of the royal dynasty. Cullen Levelton, a special-purpose weapon whose destiny is imbued with dark energy and whose actions are aimed at bringing justice to the world. As he delves into this unique hero, realizes that even in his dark appearance and through his dark abilities lurks a thirst for justice and a desire for it. In Le's eyes, he appears to be a hero who battles inner demons and bears a heavy burden, yet inspires by his example. There was a knock on the door, reminding Lee that there were maids standing behind her, ready to offer her comfort and peace in the midst of her difficult trials. A freshness and lightness was brought into her life as the maids offered her the pleasures of a bath and massage, trying to make her stay as comfortable and pleasant as possible. In the bath, the dark water became a symbol of the availability of cleanliness and care, even for those accustomed to difficult conditions, emphasizing the importance of self-respect and self-care. The soft cloth used for wiping gently enveloped her body, reminding her that she was now in a safe shelter where care and nurturing were an integral part of her life. She felt how good it felt to be groomed, glistening like a freshly plucked strawberry in full bloom, feeling alive and beautiful. A miracle had happened to her hair. It had taken on a luster and natural color, as if it were the result of the magic of care and transformation, giving it life and beauty. The maids assured her that she was ready, and she entered the renewed world, feeling like a queen welcoming new opportunities. A majestic table spread out before her, decorated as at a real banquet, as if representing a feast for the most important guest. She felt care and attention surrounding her from all sides, like a soft breeze bringing blessing and comfort. This evening was a time when warmth and care filled her soul, transforming difficult moments into an exquisite path to family comfort and well-being. Her heart felt as if this exquisite table had been prepared exclusively for her, leaving her all alone, waiting for someone to join her soon. She realized in anticipation that this atmosphere of coziness and luxury was meant just for her, and that every detail had been created with her comfort in mind. After 20 minutes of patience, she, unable to bear it, proceeded to eat the meal that had been prepared with such care and attention, making this time not only a meal, but a renewal of the appetite lost during her illness and adaptation to her new life. For her, this lunch meant not only a meal, but also an opportunity to regain her strength and energy after the hardships she had endured, to find a sense of comfort and hope for the future. At the sight of this exquisite banquet, she experienced tears of gratitude for the care and attention that had been put into its preparation. Suddenly Jade appeared, witnessing her emotions and her moment of weakness, which made her heart beat harder with anxiety about how he would look at her now. She was excited to think how he would appreciate her independence, and did not hide her feelings, showing courage and candor when she apologized for her actions. He showed care and comfort by taking her in his arms and carefully placing her in her seat, realizing that what mattered most at this moment was her well-being, not just food. Jade indicated for the girl to take the seat across from him, creating an atmosphere of care and attention that filled their meeting with warmth and comfort. The first thing that caught his eye was her blonde hair, which had an unusual shade of strawberry that emphasized her personality and uniqueness. The question of why her hair smelled like strawberries came out of the blue from Jade, sparking interest and surprise, emphasizing the unusual situation and adding mystery and playfulness to their interaction. Despite her younger age, the girl participated enthusiastically in the shared treat, expressing joy at the food and accepting it gratefully without looking back at her status. Recalling the difficult days in the neighborhood, she shared with Jade the principle of solidarity with friends. Even a small piece of bread is shared among them, building a community based on mutual help and support. This rule is not only a means of survival, but also an expression of mutual aid that strengthens their relationship, bringing them closer together in a common endeavor to support each other. The girl tried to earn her young master's favor, but at the same time she was afraid that her appetite would cause Jade to have a negative opinion of her. Nevertheless, Jade assured her that he watched her closely and appreciated her restraint in eating, which emphasized his respect for her. He not only noted her habits, but also expressed his admiration for her ability to handle so much food, which surprised Lee. Lee was surprised that her words seemed to pass Jade by, causing some misunderstanding between them. Instead of discussing her issues, Jade invited her to eat more, expressing his interest in continuing to watch her. Comparing Lit to his former cat Popo gave the overall scene a light and caring tone, adorning their conversation with special attention and warmth. Popo was a beautiful cat who could eat giant portions of food and was always restless about her diet, as Jade revealed when sharing a story about her late favorite. The story of the cat left a shadow of nostalgia in the air that echoed in the heart of everyone present, creating an atmosphere of peace and understanding. Lee expressed her sympathy for the cat's passing, showing her sensitivity to other people's losses and strengthening the bond between them even more. Jade offered to let her see the stuffed Popo, but Lee, feeling uneasy, dismissed the idea, fearing that the young man might use it in his experiments. The fear that Jade might take advantage of her distrust for his own purposes stirred in Lee's heart, causing her to feel a certain amount of nervousness. The lunch scene turned into a wonderful moment of sharing stories and experiences, which strengthened the bond between Le and Jade, enriching their communication with depth and understanding. Jade, who was an environmental researcher, made every effort to change the girl's fate, but his attempts were unsuccessful, failing to give her the results she expected. The girl begins to doubt the sincerity of his actions, seeing them as an obligatory routine rather than a true desire for change. Remembering past meetings with Jade, she sees him as a hidden but not bad man who remains withdrawn in his world despite his efforts. Jade's former cat Popo becomes the subject of their conversation, and Lee expresses gratitude for the experience she had with her, which adds a new level of understanding and connection to their interactions. Jade, surprised by Lee's interest in their friendship, decides to learn more, and she confesses that because of him, she has found a reason to stay in this world. Jade claims that the decision for her to stay was made by his father, and if he had not intervened, his own clashes might have forced him to leave home. What emerges is an insight into the complex relationships within an aristocratic family, where even the most noble acts can have their own hidden conditions and motives. At this point, Lee sees Jade not only as an enigmatic gentleman, but also as someone for whom one can feel genuine gratitude and friendship, which adds new aspects to their relationship and strengthens their bond. Lee argues that brother and sister cannot be friends, expressing his views on the relationship. Jade, who does not share this view, emphasizes that this will not prevent them from becoming closer to each other, and even expresses satisfaction seeing her enjoying her food. Le, responding to his attention, explains that she has been eating unexpectedly a lot today, going beyond her usual eating habits. During an active exchange of words, Jade tries to learn more about her preferences by pointing out the red flowers with gold stripes, causing the young lady to be shocked. The discussion of the secret adoption historically represents the uncharted and mysterious nature of what is going on, causing a dialogue between the two. The serious facial expression adds an air of mystery to the moment under discussion, increasing the intrigue and misunderstanding. Jade's question about the reasons for the adoption questions the Duke's motives and hints that the past has deep and mysterious roots. Le's answer, lacking clarity due to not knowing the true reasons, gives her the image of an enigmatic heroine with many secrets and hidden sides. Jade, throwing a defiant question about a possible murder, expresses her concern about Le's past actions, prompting discussion. Le claims that she has not dealt with murder and presents herself as a pure-hearted girl, denying such accusations. A question asked by the boy about additional bad deeds leads to a misunderstanding that questions the sincerity of her intentions and purity of soul. The story of the purse reveals Le's humanity and kindness, demonstrating that even in difficult situations she strives to do good deeds, which she does in the name of goodness and mercy. The description of how Le endured her punishment emphasizes her resilience and fortitude, giving her a touching characteristic. The question of what role her father plays in this situation indicates that Le is not just a toy in the hands of others, but a person with her own history and dignity. Once in the palace, Le begins to doubt the reality of her position. Thoughts arise that she may just be a puppet in Cullen's hands. The painful doubts begin to torment her. Should she have been brought into this luxurious environment at all, or should she have stayed in her familiar surroundings? Jade has been asking questions about a mysterious moment in the past when Le was slapped in an effort to solve the mystery. The question about the villain who had wronged her had awakened memories in her mind, but time had gradually erased them, making them blurry and uncertain. Jade promised to recreate an image of that villain in the form of a soft ball so that Le could interact with him if she remembered him, offering a chance to reconstruct the past. The girl hesitated, pondering whether to bring up the past, realizing it could cause her pain and discomfort. She introduced herself as Le, a 9-year-old girl whose childhood was spent in the grim slums of Seaton in Levelton, surrounded by poverty and destitution. The most important person to her was her mother, but her loss took its toll on Le, leaving the girl alone and unsupported. Living in back alleys turned her into a little beggar, forced to seek compassion in a relentless struggle to survive in the chaos of the world around her. All available information indicated that Le had nothing to do with dark deeds. She was just a child, abandoned to her fate and without the support of her mother. There was nothing in this story that could raise suspicion or doubt. The butler carefully conveyed to the Lord all the information he had managed to find out about the little heroine named Le, emphasizing its importance and relevance. The Lord, showing interest, questioned whether Le had been attracted because of the rare flower or whether there were other motives and roots in that decision. Yes, this flower is indeed unique, and its origins are a source of wonder and interest to all who encounter it. He described the red hippocampus with a golden pattern that had been sent by the criminal who killed Mother Le as a kind of symbol of defiance. The Lord asked the butler a question. Was Le entangled in the trap, or was she colluding with the criminal? She was probably either a victim of circumstance or perhaps involved by misunderstanding, the Lord remarked, expressing his concern and wariness. In response, the butler objected, emphasizing that a 9-year-old child could not be reduced to villainy by a spy. The Lord cautioned him, emphasizing, "Though she looks cute, remember to beware. After all, your weaknesses include caring for children and animals." That could become our weakness, the Lord warned, realizing that the butler's affection could be used against them. The Lord wondered whether the remains of the 30 dead had been recovered and handed over to their families, seeking justice and respect for the memory of the dead. The proposal to divide the killer's body into 30 pieces and hand them over to the families elicited a reaction from the Lord, who felt this was sufficient punishment for the perpetrator. The young girl's memories of her previous life are intertwined mostly with moments spent reading books in a white hospital room. Her memories trace her childhood fantasies and dreams expressed in the words, "Mommy, I dream of catching bad people when I grow up. Can I do that?" Despite her physical weakness, the girl displays her inner strength through her desire to become a defender of goodness and justice. Of course, Yuna shows her admiration for the elegant and powerful Levelton family. They inspire her with their sophistication and superiority. In her mind, the images of the Duke of Levelton's family have always remained blurred, like echoes of a distant past. Amidst the hazy memories, the thought slips in, "That was probably the last book I read before my previous incarnation." To little Lee, all this reality seemed something unreal, like a dream that carried some mysterious wisdom. It amazed her why she could not remember the plot of The Daily Life of the Duke of Lulton's Family, which had seemed so significant in her previous life. Every morning upon awakening, she felt doubts about the reality of the world around her and often wondered if her previous life had been nothing but a dream. The phrase, "Good morning, Jade," became a custom that brought a certain brightness and light to her days. Meeting the morning in Jade's company made her feel like it was the only important and real thing in her life. "The Duke doesn't seem to be here today either," Mistress remarked, and Jade replied that his father was probably busy inspecting his estates. As she passed the inspection of the estates, the thought of potential dark intrigue arose in the girl's mind, and she decided not to resort to questioning any further. They spent several morning breakfasts in the company of Lee and Jade, where every glance at her plate turned into close observation. Though the girl still found it difficult to understand Jade, their relationship grew closer with each exchange of words. Contrary to her desire to master table etiquette, there was little time to rush, and this issue was fading into the background. She asked Jade if he was free today and suggested they go to the academy, feeling the need for a change. Jade didn't hesitate to support her decision without objection or hesitation. In return, he handed her a balloon, suggesting that she do something enjoyable, which was a special occasion for Lee, considering that balloons were usually associated with holidays. The gesture was a symbol to her of not only support, but also a chance to enjoy the moment without any of her everyday worries. "Oh, what a balloon!" she exclaimed, accepting it with amazement and admiration. Remembering the moments when her daddy had given her balloons in a previous life, she felt those memories come back when she was sad. Tears of joy sparkled in her eyes when he noticed the emotion the balloon evoked in her. With tenderness in his voice, he expressed surprise at how excited she was about this simple but important gift. The girl expressed her gratitude for the gift and assured its giver that it would always accompany her. The gift was a milk tea made from mountain tea leaves from the Rahul Empire, and its flavor was simply magical, inspiring a feeling of incredible delight. The smile never left the girl's face as she noted that this tea made the perfect start to the day, adding a special magic to it. At that moment, an incredible tenderness and warmth hung in the air, as if the gift brought with it not only aroma and taste, but also a feeling of special closeness and care. Everything was so beautiful that words of gratitude seemed insufficient to express all the joy she was experiencing. The family home of the Dukes, the oldest family in the empire, is steeped in the history of many generations, testifying to a rich hereditary lineage. This ensemble of buildings symbolizes not only the wealth but also the greatness of the Duke's family, being the embodiment of their cultural and historical heritage. The territory belonging to the family stretches across the expanse of the capital, and every corner of this property is a testament to the past and present of this noble house. The question as to who now inhabited these expanses was asked by Lit, which attracted the attention of the clerk. Previously, all of these houses had been inhabited by the ducal family, but now they were all empty, left unattended and abandoned. The clerk warned Lee against visiting the temple where the Duke's valuables were kept, cautioning her against doing rash things. For Lee, the temple has come to symbolize Duke Cullen's office, evoking feelings of excitement and curiosity in her. The appearance of the carriage belonging to the temple raised many questions and even more mysteries, leaving people confused. Meeting the Lord's sister unexpectedly changed the course of the day, adding unpredictability and intrigue to it. The rumors about the Duke's adopted daughter that had been spreading throughout the city turned out to be true, confirming the mysterious story of this girl. Despite attempts to gather all newspaper articles on the subject, rumors of the mysterious girl spread with the speed of a flame, uncontrollable. An unusual meeting and fun adventures filled her day with incredible energy and joy. Under Lady Rose's scrutiny, Le felt an unexpected boost to her reputation, which gave her confidence. Meeting Lady Rose sparked Le's interest in her own past and led to a surge of memories of past events. When Lady Rosa complimented her outfit, Le felt that a new reality was opening up before her, and she would have to adjust to the change. The restriction of walks was disappointing, but the butler allowed no hesitation in his duties. The conversation with Lady Rosa emphasized Le's inexperience in high society, leaving her feeling a bit clumsy. Lady Rosa's invitation to go for a walk met with a favorable response, but the butler reminded her of the need to get permission from the Duke. Rather than attend to the formalities, Madame suggested simply going shopping for new clothes, taking Le by the hand and putting her plans into action. Courteously offering to call herself Marion, Madame pointed out the importance of proper selection of women's clothing. Avoiding a meeting with Cullen, she opted to go shopping, using her work on the lot as an excuse. Leaving the house, the girl and Madame traveled in a carriage on an exciting journey through the picturesque surroundings, feeling the magic of the moment. Meeting a gracious lady who appreciated Le's beauty left its mark on their hearts, filling them with joy and delight. Recognizing the gift of recognizing talents in the girl, Madame Marion expressed her praise, giving it special meaning and importance. Madame apologized for the previous meeting and shared the unpleasant experience of unwanted encroachments she had faced. A discussion of the temple work left little Lit with many questions, while Madame looked forward to new experiences in trying on dresses. The toy store turned out to be, it turned out, a clothing store where the townswomen chose their outfits, which was an unexpected discovery and a bit of a surprise to Lit. Gradually approaching the madam, the girl listened with interest to the stories about the beauty and sophistication of style, realizing its importance. Thavile's store gave them a unique opportunity to choose for Le gorgeous outfits for all occasions, emphasizing her individuality and taste. Despite her young age, Le realized that she would have to participate in many important events where appearance plays an important role. Gathering to buy a whole collection of dresses, the girl and Madame set off on an exciting journey through the world of style and fashion, where each dress became part of a new and exciting story. Madame, proud of her choice of clothes, enjoyed watching the cute look of the girl, leaving behind all her previous worries and concerns. A walk in a store full of stylish clothes gave them both a sense of joy and closeness, strengthening their relationship. She remembered her childhood, when a toy store had seemed like an unattainable luxury, and now being in a clothing store, those memories gave the moment a special charm. Memories of the store owner kicking them out mixed with the desire to touch the dresses and feel special, creating a unique moment filled with hope and memories. Despite the stunning outfits, Le felt that she lacked a certain childlike simplicity and spontaneity. Upon entering the store, they were greeted warmly, and Le and Madame Marion immediately felt welcome and surrounded by attention. After politely inquiring about the dress they were looking for, the store staff suggested a new Obolson silk to create a future outfit. Madame Marion emphasized that the choice of the outfit was not up to her, but to the little girl who had become part of their family, giving the decision special significance. The store staff was surprised to learn of the newest family member in the Levelton household, and immediately began looking at outfit options for the little guest. While waiting for Levelton's budget to be determined, the store staff eagerly began selecting fabrics and details to create the perfect outfit. With her sweet and humble nature, the little girl made an appreciative impression, eliciting only positive emotions from the store staff. Madame Marion was surprised to be asked about the Levelton family's budget, and explained that they had enough of their own money for shopping. The surprised shopkeeper listened attentively to the story about the coins and the 100 gold pieces, expressing her willingness to help with the selection and matching. Marion assured the girl that there was no need to worry, and that this day was a special occasion for joy, not for anxiety. Nevertheless, in the back of her mind, the girl had fears that she might be kicked out for splurging, despite Madame's soothing words. While battled with her inner anxious state, the store employees had already started selecting clothes and sizing her up. The little girl was filled with excitement and gratitude as she watched them lovingly select an outfit that fit her perfectly. When discussing a new outfit for Lee, Madame had expressed her desire to choose something more refined, befitting the status of the Duke's family. Marion's soul was darkened by disappointment when they brought old-fashioned outfits that did not meet the latest fashions. Seeing the dress that had won her heart in the catalogue, Marion offered to try it on, and they were directed to the fitting room for special guests. The attendant explained that the dress chosen was for special occasions and evening events. As they were being tried on, the entrance to the fitting room opened, and the words, "Hello, Lady Rose," rang through the air. When recalling the mention of Lady Rose, Marion noticed her presence among the store's customers. In an attempt to assist in the situation, the little girl started to fold the dresses, but was stopped, assuring her that the maid would do the job. Lady Rose expressed her displeasure that the Duke had accepted the girl into his adopted family, saying that she had expected to become his wife. Doubting the girl's abilities and worrying that she might turn out to be like young Master Jade, Lady Rose began to reflect on the rumors that were circulating in social circles. There were difficulties in her upbringing, of which the maid had warned her. The Duke did not divulge his thoughts, and the maid advised that Le be married off and sent to the country. The lady voiced her opinion, noting that it was important that Le looked attractive to attract the attention of a suitable groom. However, the Duke's tastes remained a mystery, except for his preference for women. Some speculated that if Le stood out as unusual, she might be sold to the circus, which caused the girl herself concern. To avoid unpleasant encounters, Lee asked to leave the street, encountering those who saw her only as a beggar. The little girl often encountered such people, but she learned to ignore their disgust. Marion reassured Lee, saying that the past no longer mattered and that she would always be there to support her. Marion's admiration for the Duke's younger sister's charms grew more and more vivid, especially in light of her new dress, which further emphasized her grace. Her work colleague had advised Marion to choose an outfit with a similar design, which would bring their views on fashion closer together and add a new dimension to their relationship. Lee was thrilled at the idea of wearing similar outfits with Marion, seeing the happiness it brought her and her sister at that moment. The staff member sat the girl down carefully, offering her a rest and a drink, while Marion, happily choosing an outfit, filled the air with their world of tenderness and understanding. Alarmed, the girl checked her balloon but found it gone. Her heart raced with alarm. Calling out to her mistress, she realized that the gift from Jade had been stolen. Suddenly fear gripped her. A hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, offering to read her destiny. The voice assured her that knowing her destiny from early childhood would help her overcome the difficulties ahead. The voice persisted, claiming that a famous fortune teller lived here who could reveal her future to her for a small fee, only 5 silver coins. The girl refused, feeling that she was not ready for this. The shadow disappeared, and she was left alone with her thoughts. Suddenly, a toy store appeared in front of her, the place that had caught her attention. However, the lost balloon still occupied the center of her attention. She realized she was lost, surrounded by unfamiliar streets. Panic gripped her, consuming her fear of the unknown. The girl realized that the dress she was wearing didn't fit her at all. She took it and silently left without warning anyone. Mixed feelings raged inside her. The desire to return home as soon as possible pierced her heart. She realized that home to her meant comfort and security. Tears glimmered in her eyes, but she didn't give up. The girl made the decision to find her way home, to regain her selfless joy, and to carefully tend to the balloon that perhaps could still be found. A sudden blow caused her to lose her balance, and she found herself on the ground. At the most inopportune moment, she realized that her dress was ruined, leading to a feeling of helplessness. She was lost, and had no idea how to return. She felt fear overwhelming her, and her tears turned into bitter cries of self-pity. Suddenly, a bird appeared before her, as if sent to comfort her in this difficult moment. The Duke's unexpected appearance stunned her, and the question of how she had managed to escape sounded like healing magic, bringing back hope. The Duke already knew she had headed for the dressing room, which made her search even more meaningful, more important in his eyes. Saying she was looking for a gift for Jade, she tried to justify her actions while Marion busied herself with choosing outfits, concentrating on her business. The girl rasped out the story of the balloon Jade had given her, promising never to lose it, but fate had questioned her hopes. The Duke reacted coldly, saying she could just buy a new balloon. But her heart valued a promise that money could not buy. She expressed surprise at how the Duke was able to recognize her so quickly, considering the last time they had met she had been in different clothes, soiled and without shelter. The question sounded a note of hope for a change. The Duke recalled his encounter with Lee, describing her sparkle as a magical glow that instantly caught his attention, and how suddenly a figurative angel-like figure appeared in front of him. At that moment, he saw something divine in her, and he couldn't resist admitting that she was a true angel, which made her special in his eyes. It was a pleasure for Lee to hear such words, and she felt embarrassed to see the tenderness and sincerity in the Duke's eyes, which only strengthened her conviction of her specialness. Suddenly, a female employee burst into the room, expressing alarm over Lee's disappearance and stating her intention to go to the police. Duke reassured the worried employee, explaining that Lee had only gone out to look for the balloon and that she was fine now. The employee apologized for losing the balloon, blaming it on a guest who was airing out the room, but the Duke was quick to comfort her, assuring her that it wasn't that important. Suddenly, Lady Rose entered the room, expressing her joy at seeing the Duke and grudgingly inquired who the girl was, glancing at her curiously. The Duke's meeting with Lady Rose had awakened memories of the past, forcing him to admit that he had not seen her for a long time. The lady expressed her surprise upon hearing rumors that the Duke had adopted the girl and expressed her desire to become friends, hoping that they would soon become one big family. In response, the girl remarked that Lady Rose was even more beautiful than she had realized, trying to comfort or simply support her new acquaintance. The Duke confirmed the lady's beauty by recalling their meeting in the restaurant, and although it was only a tea party, his attention was drawn, emphasizing the significance of their meeting. The lady expressed her support for the Duke in his charitable endeavors and asked if he needed a governess, showing concern for his family circumstances. Committed to the idea, she recommended an experienced teacher who could provide Lit with an education, given her particular situation. The lady assured the Duke that this teacher would care for his students and be willing to protect their interests, and would also help keep the girl's origins a secret. The Duke, turning to Lee, moved on to more personal matters and asked how she really felt about him showing interest in her feelings and opinions. It was a surprise for the Duke to hear the girl say that he was a duke in her eyes. The moment when the Duke confessed to her that he was actually her father was a touching moment for both of them. The girl, feeling embarrassed, was faced with another request from the Duke that caused embarrassment. The Duke's request to remove Lady Rose from the room created a tense moment in the air. The lady, upon hearing such words, did not hide her displeasure and approached the Duke to inquire as to the reason for what was happening. In response, the Duke stated that it was difficult for her to understand the hidden intentions while looking directly into her eyes. He clearly and emphatically expressed his desire to get rid of her presence and not see her around anymore. The Duke explained that he needed her to disappear from his sight, emphasizing that this was exactly what he desired. The lady was taken aback by the unexpected rudeness uttered by the Duke. Her expectations were far from such harsh words, and it left her perplexed. The little princess did not approve of the Duke's nature, but at the same time she admired his treatment of the lady. It was a strange combination in her eyes, but she could not help recognizing his unusual manners. When the lady left the room, which had been tense since her parting words, she left behind her an ominous atmosphere. In her departure there was some mute protestation of what had taken place. The Duke, while skillfully praising the girl for her nobility, at the same time reminded her of the way in which her sister maids had endeavored to inculcate in her aristocratic manners. The mistress expressed her indignation, emphasizing that the girl was not showing proper understanding of her situation. Her words are filled with notes of displeasure and disappointment. In response to the madam's remark, the girl insists that her beauty cannot be compared to that of her interlocutor, which astonishes Lady Rose. This statement evokes mixed feelings in those around her. The little girl sincerely points out that if she were as attractive as her interlocutor, she might have had to marry earlier. Her words reveal some complex social nuances and societal expectations. La's question about the possibility of her appearance being used in the circus leads to reflection. The question raises questions about how her beauty might affect her life and the views of others. The lady, upset that her conversation was overheard, expressed her displeasure by comparing this situation to the image of a stray cat. Her words were imbued with frustration and some resentment. Duke expressed his hope that she would be more careful in her treatment of his daughter and be held accountable for her actions. His statement addressed concerns about future relationships and adherence to social norms. The lady refused to leave the location, not realizing that her request to stay was a clear signal. Her behavior demonstrates a certain persistence and unwillingness to take cues from society. In response, the Duke reminded her that the street was in his domain and expressed his disappointment in her desire to approach the aristocracy. His words reflect a sense of power and some distance from the lady's desire to belong to the upper class. The Duke gently strokes the girl's head and explains that it is not her fault and she should not have to know about it. His gesture and words are filled with care and understanding. The lady, realizing her mistakes, begins to apologize to the Duke for what happened and expresses her desire to maintain a good relationship. Her words reflect her realization of her mistake and her desire to resolve the conflict. The Duke explains that they have only had a few dinners together and it is too premature to talk about any relationship. It did not occur to him that a lady could have such expectations of him. His words express some bewilderment and surprise. He expresses doubt about such thoughts, emphasizing that if he had such feelings, he might have thought that she was the one who left him. His statement indicates that he does not share the lady's feelings and considers them unacceptable in their relationship. The Duke asks if she is going to leave while he calls the guards, implying that such behavior will not go unnoticed. His words hinted that he would pay attention to such behavior. At this time, a little girl approaches them, recognizing what happened to Lady Rose. After what happened, it probably won't be easy for the Duke to repair his relationship with Lady Rose. The appearance of the little girl adds complexity to the situation. Marion suddenly appears and asks the Duke where he has been. Questions arise as to whether he has been with the little girl all this time. The questions that arise create additional tension in the setting. Lit, addressing the Duke, reports that Marion is wearing a new dress but has appeared in an old one. The question arises as to why this has happened. This incident adds new layers of complexity to the setting and raises curiosity about the reasons for this behavior. The scene is interrupted when Marion orders him to stop and expresses surprise that his insight gives her goosebumps. Her words emphasize the sudden change in the course of the conversation and the expectation of something unusual. Marion shares her admiration for her brother, but also expresses resentment that she is not allowed to go on dates. The Duke tries to explain that because of the nature of her profession, this issue has a special significance. His words reflect an attempt to convey to Marion the complexities of her situation. The Duke seeks to make his sister Marion realize the problems that may arise from her preoccupation with dating. His concern is expressed in his desire to prevent possible trouble associated with her desire. Marion is indignant, not understanding why she is not allowed to date while her brother is considered holy because of his profession. Her reaction reflects bewilderment and indignation in the face of not understanding why she is given different rules and restrictions than her brother. In surprise, Marion asked her brother if he was dating girls like Lady Rose. Her brother replied that he had already consummated his relationship with her. The news of the breakup caused Marion and the girl to laugh. They could not believe this sudden change in the Duke's relationship. Their laughter and surprise emphasized the unexpectedness of the event. The Duke inquired whether Marion had acquired everything she needed. Her response was to look at the large mountain of sacks of clothes she mentioned. Her response demonstrates that she is prepared for the journey and has done everything necessary to make it happen. The little girl expressed her joy that Marion had brought her here, but she also did not want her to spend so much money. Her gratitude mixed with concern for Marion's finances emphasized her sensitivity and caring. The Duke asked how many gold coins Marion had spent, and upon hearing the answer 100 coins, joked, recommending that she spend 200 coins next time. The girl was amazed at such an amount, but the Duke suggested that in the future they would pay in advance to have the best outfits prepared for them. Marion enthusiastically stated that it was her little brother, causing a sparkling smile to appear on her face. The girl, though grateful, insisted that she was quite content with this dress as she already had 5 similar ones at home. Marion insisted that 5 clothes were not enough to fill her closet and stated that there was a shortage of outfits for the upcoming ball. The little girl responded by expressing her gratitude for the care and attention, not seeing the upcoming event as a serious problem. The Duke reassured the little girl, reminding her that the guardians were taking care of these things and she should not worry. To the little girl, the idea of spending millions of gold coins on shopping out of a sense of duty seemed something incredible and out of place. When the Duke learned that only 20 outfits had been chosen, he showed interest in seeing more. His thirst for variety knew no bounds. Not wanting to unnecessarily spend gold coins, the girl decided to play a role, pretending that nothing suited her. Her deft move of deception did not go unnoticed by the Duke. Realizing that he would not be able to convince her, the Duke agreed with her choice and asked her to remove the rest of her clothes. Finding herself more discerning, she stopped him from further shopping. Marion suggested that Le play with her aunt, but the Duke forbade the girl from following her. It was important to him that Le not go out without his permission. Marion resolutely left, insisting on being called simply Marion. She wanted Le to treat her as a peer, not as a duchess. As a result, Le missed an opportunity to find a gift for Jade. She was at a loss, not knowing how to explain the situation to him. Suddenly, a frightened girl approached them and asked for help. Her face reflected fear and anxiety. Suddenly, she lost consciousness, and no one present did not know what to do in this situation. After checking her pulse, the Duke only confirmed her death, and was still left puzzled as to the reasons for this outcome. Le, amazed at the lack of visible injuries, suggested that heart failure might have been the cause. The Duke was surprised at how savvy little Le was. A police officer who approached expressed interest in whether the Duke had witnessed the woman's sudden unconsciousness and asked for his name. The police officer apologized for his ignorance and warned that he would be asking some questions shortly. The deceased girl was identified as Bennett Alime, the daughter of a seafood merchant, and was found to have no chronic medical conditions. Re-apologizing for any possible disturbance, the policeman explained that the kingdom's capital had a high crime rate, and there were many suspicious deaths. Le began to suspect if the case was indeed a heart attack, and expressed her desire to learn the full details of what had happened. The Duke turned to Le, remembering her long-ago bravery, the one he had seen when he first met her, and questioned why she was so frightened. Le remembered the mysterious hand and shadow leading her to the mysterious girl to reveal her fate, and it reminded her of her fear. Answering the Duke, Le reassured him that she was fine, and remembered that life has the most unexpected events, but she was prepared for them. The butler, meeting Le and the Duke, wondered how they had managed to end up together if they were in different places. The Duke replied that he had picked Le up on the way. The son turned to his father, noting his arrival. However, he was surprised to see the two of them together. The Duke explained that an event had happened, which was why the two of them were together. Jade, hearing about it, asked what had happened. The girl told him that she had lost a gift from him, a balloon. Despite her best efforts, she still couldn't find the balloon. "I'm so sorry," the girl said. He asked her not to cry over the loss as it could be easily replaced. He then asked if it was true that she loved him so much. Offering her a boat ride, he elicited her delight. Afterward, Jade announced that he was tired and offered to let her rest until dinner, escorting her to her room. The girl was so charming that a smile immediately appeared on her face as if it were a miracle. The Duke declared that he saw nothing but her genuine cuteness in Lee, and believed that she was unharmed. Shin announced that the lost girl was quickly found, thanks to their little friend, a snake. The Duke shared his thoughts on how difficult it was to raise a child. The girl noticed a gramophone that was powered by a magic stone, and it was the first time she had ever seen such a magical artifact. Asking Jade how old he was, she learned that he was 14. She was surprised to learn that the boy was only 14, for she thought he was 17. Asking him how he could consume wine while underage, she was concerned. He assured the girl that it was all right, as their family was very careful about the matter and almost never used alcohol or drugs except in extreme cases. Despite her desire, she was unable to quench her thirst with wine as he stopped her by pointing out her young age compared to his. The girl expressed her desire to grow up soon. Suddenly, a servant brought a letter, which turned out to be a riddle sent by His Majesty. The cause of death for all three women was a heart attack, and this was not the first such case. If it had only happened once, it could be written off as a coincidence, but after the third incident, the police would have to be contacted. The three women died in different places and had different social statuses. The only thing they had in common was their red hair. Despite that, he hoped the investigation would go smoothly. The girl was glad that Cullen and he could go hunting together. She was about to say something when suddenly something happened to her. Such incidents had happened to her before. It happened on Tuesday, August 9. The next victim was a poor orphan girl. A shadow approached her and told her that she should make sure her mother was well in heaven. Unfortunately, the girl, whose name was only given to her by her mother, immediately succumbed to the temptation. The little helpless girl, whom no one was looking for, was characterized by a special attitude uncommon to other women. "What a beautiful color of hair you have," said the girl, holding a saw in her hand. These words were the last the girl heard before her left arm was cut off. She was subjected to a beating to bring her back to consciousness. The girl was asked if she was okay. In response, she asked what was the date today. August 9th was the reply. It was at that moment that she realized that today was the 9th day. It was on this day that a poor orphan named Lee had been murdered. The Daily Life of the Duke of Lewelton's Family, Chapter 7. This is the story of the murder of a fortune teller. From his earliest childhood, the outlaw was under the influence of his mother's intense obsession. He simultaneously loved and hated his mother. And within the struggle with cognitive dissonance, he suddenly felt the desire to become a mother himself. The small, helpless girl, forgotten by everyone, held a special interest that was overlooked in other women. "What a beautiful hair color you have," the girl said, holding up the saw. These words were the last words the girl heard before her left arm was cut off. She was beaten to bring her back to consciousness. His mad obsession led him to women whose hair was the same color as his. Pretending to be a fortune teller, he would give them a miracle beauty drug, and although the temporary effect would make the ladies' cheeks pink and their skin improve, it was actually a poison that would slowly and inevitably lead to a heart attack. The deaths of red-haired women from heart attack were definitely not accidental. The fortune teller the girl met was definitely a criminal. "This is a murder case." The girl turned to the Duke. "That case you were talking about, if it's all set up, then the victims must have something else in common." The Duke didn't understand what she was talking about. She gave an example. Let's say they like to go to fortune tellers or something. The red hair was also an important clue, but the girl didn't want to talk about fortune tellers directly. The Duke didn't understand why she was referring to fortune tellers. Fortune tellers usually came from poor families. She had heard that there were many aristocrats among the people who went to famous fortune tellers. Usually noble people went to places that matched their status, such as boutiques or restaurants. Therefore, the only place that comes to mind where everyone goes, regardless of their background, are the houses of fortune tellers. The Duke thought for a moment. He wondered about it and decided to check it out. The pain was getting worse and worse. The little girl couldn't take it anymore. The Duke asked Shin to contact a certain information guild. Wake up!" they shouted. She was getting worse and worse. It was very painful. "You'd better kill me," she begged. The Duke held the paper in his hands. He didn't understand anything. "And all this is called a fetish for red hair?" asked Herzog. "Who are you?" the girl asked. "I'm going to have to chop you into little pieces," he informed her. He picked the girl up and took pity on her. He informed her that he had to go to the hospital immediately. The girl jumped up sharply from the bed. She was asked if she was all right. She hesitated, realizing that she might not be the only one in a similar situation. That night, Cullen was to be struck by an arrow that would put him in a comatose state. The poison that was used proved to be highly potent. Prestigious doctors and priests in the kingdom were called in, but a month passed and Cullen never regained consciousness. As soon as word gets out, a crowd of people gathers outside the Duke's house. Most of them were indebted to the Duke's family. Some came to win the heart of the young heir, while others made plans to overthrow the ducal family. I only know the future up to this point. The book closes and drops. This episode was the last thing the girl had time to read before she lost consciousness. The girl didn't understand why she only now remembered such important things. She wasn't supposed to tell Cullen about the fortune teller. Jade grabbed her hand and asked if she had regained consciousness this time. The girl recognized her room. She didn't understand why everyone was looking at her. Everyone asked how she was feeling. She replied that she was fine now. The butler informed her that if she wasn't feeling well or something was wrong, she should say so right away. She realized that she had been watched the whole time. She didn't know if she had reported anything strange while she slept. The butler informed Jade that Mistress was awake and he could go to bed. He reported that he had heard about it some time ago. The girl was surprised that he had waited all this time for her to wake up. The maid came in and reported that the results of the investigation they had asked to be notified of had arrived. It was quicker than they had expected. There was a report on the actions of the red-haired women. If it all came out, Cullen would be going to the fortune teller as early as tonight. "Duke," the girl reported. She thought about how she couldn't let things come true, let things happen the way they did in the book. She didn't know what to say to him. What was this world she had read about in her past life in a novel? She felt like he wouldn't believe her words. With tears in her eyes, she asked him not to leave. The place the girls visited was the house of a fortune teller named Red-Haired Witch, which was located in a slum. The Duke wondered if everything was really as she said it was. Such accurate information simply couldn't be coincidental. He decided that he was just being lured. Tears stood in the girl's eyes. She couldn't say the right phrase. She begged him not to leave, but he didn't understand what had happened and asked her to calm down. She informed that she had a dream in which he was badly hurt. Therefore, she is very worried because her dreams do come true. She asked if he could stay with her at least for that night. She informed him that she wasn't lying, but everyone was silent. It seemed to her that they were angry. The Duke informed her that he would stay the night at the manor, and that the little girl's emotional stability was paramount. She asked if he was angry. He simply replied that he was not angry. She asked if he would send her away. He did not understand the reason for such a question. Jade tried to comfort the little girl who suppressed her tears, but she cried even more. Duke asked Shin to bring her a sedative. She apologized for that. Although she had calmed down, the tears still wouldn't stop flowing. Shin ordered her to take the medicine quickly. She stopped him, telling him that she was already fine and that she would be fine if the Duke stayed by her side. But he insisted on doing his own thing. Jade informed him that if her stomach turned out to be messed up, she would have to have surgery. "Do you think it's worth it?" he asked. She didn't want to be on the operating table again in her new life, so she took the medicine. She was praised for doing so. The Duke asked if she could sleep alone tonight. She replied that no, she is sleeping next to the Duke tonight. He reported that there was not a drop of her blood in her, just amazing. Were her sweet acts a threat? Jade reported that he'd thought of that too. He couldn't believe his ears because it couldn't be. Did their thoughts really match? What was that atmosphere? He advised her to lie down because that way she would recover faster. She replied that she didn't want to sleep a bit. She had slept for so long, how could she sleep now? She thought she wouldn't rest until this night was over. The girl saw the cute Duke beckoning her to the bed. She informed him that she would not sleep, but would just lie down next to him. The Duke summoned his son and ordered him to lie down beside them. The butler informed her that he would be nearby, and if they needed anything, have them ring the bell, and left. She thought that in that position they were like one family. But what was the position of the adopted daughter? Wasn't she allowed to think at least a little bit about them being a real family? She suddenly felt sleepy, even though she had been awake a few minutes ago. Jade reported that it was normal, since she had taken her medication. She asked Duke if he would leave. She asked him not to leave in case she fell asleep. He promised he would. She thought she would report everything to the police early tomorrow morning. If they caught the culprit, Cullen. Before she could think about it, she suddenly fell asleep. It was already late at night when the Duke was getting ready and informed her that he had forgotten to grab the report. Shin wondered if something had happened to the master. The Duke explained that Jade seemed to really like this child. She wanted to tell him important information and even cried so that he wouldn't leave. There was no mystery there. He'll just go there, then they'll find out if it's a trap or not. The red flower is a spy sent by that guy. The Duke thought something like this would be kept secret. To Shin, he replied that he was absolutely correct in his thinking as always. The Duke informed that it was time to start the hunt. Our little princess woke up early in the morning and suddenly noticed that the Duke was gone. Before she could think of Cullen, he was gone. She wanted to report him to the police before he woke up, but it was too late. Cullen was already gone. She noticed the letter from him. She immediately rushed to Jade, who was sound asleep. She woke him up, but Jade didn't realize what was going on. Jade rasped to the girl that he had warned him about his departure. The Duke informed Jade that there was something he needed to find out. The girl thought, how can this obnoxious Duke listen to me in peace? She regretted that she had fallen asleep. She asked Jade if he knew how to ride a horse. She made one request of him. Jade replied that of course he could ride a horse. But what was the one thing she wanted to ask? She asked him to trust her for once. In return, she would not be indebted to him. He agreed and invited her to the stables. In the stable, the girl noticed a tall and magnificent horse. A question arose in the girl's mind. Are all horses so big? Jade helped her into the saddle. Thus began their adventure as they set out together to find exciting events. He asked the girl if everything was okay. He was a caring boy. The girl pointed to the alley and informed him that he was there. They immediately rushed to the fortune teller's house. Jade wondered if she had really come here to find her father. Jade wondered if the girl had given up on him, and he doubted his father would be there. The girl heard some sounds and asked where they were coming from. She informed him that she had a bad feeling and needed to check things out immediately, but he grabbed her hand and held her back. He asked if she knew anything. She informed that he had promised her, and now he was stopping her. She asked him to just help her without asking any questions. He let go of her hand and informed her that he would not do it again. She wondered if Cullen was hurt and started eavesdropping at the door. After that, some guy with a gun came out. He was standing right behind them. It was suddenly so quiet that the girl didn't know what to think. Unless she was wrong, there was either someone hiding in the room or the fortune teller had accomplices. She asked Jade to run if anyone was near the door. He was stronger than a normal adult though, in her opinion, so he'd be fine. He indicated that he would honor the request. The girl was scared, but she certainly didn't want Cullen to get hurt. When they entered the house, they saw the Duke strangling the witch. When he saw his son and the girl, he asked what was even going on here. The Duke ordered Jade to take the girl and leave. He informed that he was too busy right now and they would talk later. Jade suspected the girl, saying that such a sight was not for children's eyes. She began to lash out, saying that she had asked him not to interfere. Jade informed her that no one was here. Butler didn't think so. She was thinking something else, as if she could sense that someone was around. She didn't know when or from where the arrow was supposed to fly at the Duke. Then she noticed the arrow trap, and now she realized everything. It was indeed an arrow trap. She yelled to the Duke not to stay here, but he didn't hear her. Jade asked her to stay away. She rushed towards her father, who had adopted her, and then an arrow flew out. It flew straight at the Duke, but covered him with her body and got the arrow herself. The Duke rushed to her, unable to believe his eyes. She was losing consciousness. They asked her to wake up. The Duke informed her that she should not faint, for she was a good girl. He asked her to look at him. She informed that her shoulder was hurting. They shouted to her in one voice that it would be all right soon. The girl remembered her past life. The doctors reported that everything was fine and that everything would be all right, Yuna. Her memories before they sent her to the operating room. "Daddy," says the girl, "I'm so sorry." And then the girl passes out. The butler goes out to meet the boys, apologizes for being late, as he suddenly sees a girl lying in the Duke's arms and his son trying to save the girl. He asks what happened, not realizing what is going on. Cullen's father disliked him, mocking him and calling him unacceptable names. "You're a monster," he said, "a cursed spawn of our kind." Cullen's father, an ancestor of the Duke of Levelton, envied his son's magical abilities, which were many times greater than his own. He was both jealous of the boy and afraid of him. "Had I summoned a demon with whom I had no pact?" he asked. And only a mother loved her son. As little Cullen squirmed under the blows like a trapped animal, his mother heroically covered him with her body. "It's okay, Cullen, Mommy's here," she informed him, "and I will always love you." "I'm sorry your mom is so weak," Cullen's mother informed him. "So sometimes she had to take the blows for herself. The day she died, her world seemed to crumble, just as it does today." A beggar girl named Lit. He only adopted her on a passing whim. So why did she save his life? Why did this girl sacrifice herself? She even saw the Duke kill and still didn't hate him. "Mistress," they called out to her, but she didn't wake up. The Duke turned to Shin and asked him to take the witch away. Jade told him he had to stop the bleeding. He told him to put something between her teeth so she wouldn't accidentally bite her tongue from the sharp pain. The Duke reported that the bleeding had stopped. He reported that they needed to get the child to safety first. Shin informed that there must be an inn of the ducal family nearby, so he immediately went there. She was placed on a bed. The Duke went into the baby's room to check on her condition. He asked the doctor how she was feeling. The doctor informed that her life was not in any danger, but the details would be known only after the surgeon arrived. Thank God, the arrow was not poisoned and hit the heart. The Duke declared that if the girl dies, he is ready to destroy all the doctors in this city. He promised to do everything in his power to make her recover, live and be happy. Of the two probabilities, he was leaning toward one. Either she's a red flower and this guy's target, or she's a spy. If the information he'd gotten last night was that accurate and wasn't a trap, it was all a simple fall, he thought. But he couldn't imagine such an outcome. Taking cover from an arrow, even if it was a trap. Duke felt a great desire to care for her. He asked her, who was she really? "Survive first, baby. You must be responsible for your words since you called me daddy." So now a parent-child bond has been established between us. But the girl still didn't hear him. He didn't care anymore, even if she was covering herself with another man. Eventually, he would take you away and make you his daughter. He promised himself that when the girl woke up, he would change his plans for her upbringing. He needed to raise her to be an arrogant and selfish girl who wouldn't care even if an arrow pierced him right in front of her eyes. Perhaps at first he wanted to leave her in this room. He thought she would be more comfortable that way. "Hurry up and wake up," he pleaded with her. Shin entered the room. He asked the Duke how is the lady's health. The Duke replied that he was informed that her life was no longer in danger. He then asked what about Jade. The Duke replied that he had been patient at first. Apparently he wanted to wait until the surgery was over. He's resting in his room now. "It's the first time I've seen a young gentleman in such an unstable state," Dovetsky replied. "I even found it funny." He asked him if the temple had sent his man yet. Shin replied that high-class priests have magic that can dispel suffering. He contacted them, but there is a temple festival in the kingdom today, so most of the high-ranking priests are there now. As soon as the festival is over, they will send us a man, he informed. "Now listen to me carefully," the Duke told the butler, "and tell the king everything I have told you. If he does not immediately send all the priests here, the Duke will personally go to the royal palace, and the first royal offspring he sees will go through the same suffering as his daughter." The young gentleman sat beside his little sister and kept thinking that perhaps she had better be made into a scarecrow like Popo. Memories. As soon as he met Popo, he noticed that this kitten looked so unusual. The Duke explained that it was because it was not an ordinary cat, but a chimera. A chimera is a magical creature that shares life with its partner. If one of the parties suffers or loses life, his partner will feel the same. Since that day, Jade has been the master of that little cat and must treat him as his second self and take good care of him. It turned out to be a blatant lie. When Lee is sick, she looks even more like Popo, but the resemblance isn't that strong, it's still a little different. He wants to see her smile again. Baby girl has accomplished something he couldn't have imagined. The young master didn't understand why he still didn't believe her and why she sacrificed her life for her father. He has such a strange feeling. As soon as Lee started to wake up, she heard someone crying. Those voices kept saying that they wanted to see their children's faces, and that's why they were asking Lit to wake up. She didn't understand what the sounds were that kept saying that no matter who they chose, they shouldn't blame each other because of it. Lee opened her eyes and didn't realize where she was. Her voice was gone. She couldn't believe that she had died again, and now she was in the other world. Suddenly, she noticed a silhouette beside her, and it was Jade. It brought her great relief, the realization that she was still alive. However, she wondered why he had been asleep for so long. Suddenly, her brother opened his eyes and greeted her. He had waited so long for her to come to her senses. The little girl directly lit up with happiness and smiled. Lil waved her arms happily and thought she'd survived, and he couldn't imagine how glad she was that Cullen hadn't died from the poison arrow. She wanted to say it out loud, but it just came out sounding slurred. Jade poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. He asked her to take her time, but it was all right. Lee asked where they were, to which her brother replied that they were in the hospital. Then she asked what was wrong with the Duke. Jade bowed and explained that he was safe. She had been unconscious for a week. A young gentleman opened the curtain and announced that the child was awake. The doctors were in such a state of happiness that the tears wouldn't stop flowing. They were glad they were going to live. The little lady did not understand what was going on there, and that they had made such a scene to surprise her or what. The doctor asked how long the young master had been there. La couldn't believe that he had sneaked into her place secretly to go unnoticed. Jade replied that he didn't need to know that. Lee asked who the men were. Her brother replied that they were doctors. After examining her shoulder, they told her that she was safe and would regain consciousness soon. At first, they didn't find any poison on the arrow, but later they found out that there was a drug on it. This drug is hard to detect, so they didn't notice it right away. Even a small dose of the drug is critical to her since she is so small. Lee only reported that she was lucky. Jade asked how she could say she was lucky since she was hit by an arrow. Jade explained that if the drug had worked harder on her, she might never have woken up at all. She didn't know if it could be considered luck, but just positive thinking. The young gentleman only replied that it was a miracle that she woke up. Lee asked why the doctors said they survived. Jade asked if she knew about her father's wayward nature. When she had been unconscious for about a week, her father became very angry, running from side to side in the hallway like a madman. The Duke kept saying he hates it when someone sacrifices themselves for him. If anything happens to his adopted daughter, he'll take his anger out on the first person he sees. Of course, that's a little strange, but if you interpreted it in a positive way, he was worried about her. Jade said that at the end of their conversation, the father had said that if the girl didn't wake up today, he would draw lots and, choosing one victim among the worthless doctors, he would punish her as an example to the others. The girl realized that the punishment was murder. It didn't sound like the doctor was some kind of sinner. The girl asked Jade that aren't these people doctors. He replied that they were doctors, that in front of her were 7 of the capital's most famous doctors. They were invited the day after she was wounded. The girl thought that they were not invited but kidnapped. The royal family had gathered everyone together to help them. It was amazing to little Kaki to see how much attention was paid to the Duke's family in this country. The doctors approached the Duchess and asked for permission for a medical examination. Jade agreed. The doctor listened to her carefully and assured her that she was fine. He advised Babe to keep her shoulder rested and promised to return in the afternoon for a second examination. Jade threatened to ask the doctor if he was lying this time. The doctor reported that he wasn't lying and that it was the plain truth. The doctors began to bow down to the girl. They reported that she is the luckiest person in the kingdom. They don't know what could have happened if something had gone wrong. The girl didn't realize what they were talking about or to what extent she was lucky. Jade informed the doctors that they were lucky, that he had already made the draw. But this time they were forgiven. They were overjoyed and thanked him. Jade informed them that the doctors could go, only telling them to wait a little while until they got permission from their father, and only then could they return to their homes. The little girl asked to be told what had happened. She wanted to know what had happened while she was unconscious and why she was called lucky. Unable to bear it any longer, she wanted to know everything. Jade began her story about the fortune teller's house where several traps had been set. She fell into one of them. It was a crossbow shooting device. If the fortune teller turned the ring on her finger to the right, an arrow laced with deadly poison would fly out. If she turned the ring to the left, an arrow laced with the drug would fly. While the father was strangling the man, he set the device in motion. If he turned the ring to the right, a poison arrow would fly out and the child would die. The little girl was shocked at these words. The arrow that hit Cullen was definitely poisoned. Jade explained to her the motive of the perpetrator. The man, whose mother suffered from a twisted obsession with her son, pretended to be a fortune teller, and was killing women with red hair just like the mothers. The content remained exactly as she remembered it. But this scumbag is a polemical bastard. The drugged arrow he had summoned for the women, what a pity he had died so quickly. The girl felt nauseous at the story. Just the thought of the criminals of this world made her sick. She was terrified. Jade calmed her down, informed her that he was fine, his father had punished him well. She asked if he had killed him. But Jade did not answer that question. He asked if she was in pain. The girl replied that she felt fine. The wound did not seem to be very deep. At first she thought she was going to die. But she had lost a whole piece of flesh on her shoulder, and even the bone was visible. And because of the fracture and the heavy bleeding, she might have died altogether. She had hoped that she was already recovered after all. Jade advised her not to worry. The priests had used magic to ease her pain for a week, so she could still suffer for a while. They were now waiting for her in the next room. She had heard that priests with magic were highly prized. Jade repeated that she shouldn't worry about that. Yes, if it was possible to squeeze the life force out of the priests, the main thing was that it would ease her suffering. The girl apologized for causing them so much trouble. Jade informed her that her aunt was a saint, so why bother? But since she cared, he informed that she could repay the debt later by making a donation. And then the girl realized how the world of rich people worked. This, she thought, is the mindset of villains. Jade informed her that he had many more questions for her. But first he wanted to know why she had done such a stupid thing. If the drugged arrow had hit her father, no harm would have been done, so why had she taken the hit herself? She reported that although it was just a normal drug arrow, if it had hit her heart, something terrible would have happened. But thanks to the girl's actions, everyone stayed alive. Jade called the girl incredible. Even though she was so young, no one could match her in bravery. She informed that she wasn't that kind of person at all. She just wanted Duke to get hurt, and Jade and Shin were sad about it later. Jade laughed at that, and informed that she was being cute by covering her false speeches with flattery. The little girl liked those words. She knew that Cullen and Jade weren't exactly ordinary people, so it was okay to not try to understand them. Jade apologized for not believing her. He should have listened to the girl from the beginning. The little girl was surprised by these words of his. Had the girl forgotten if she had said anything in her defense when she ran into the criminal's den? She wanted to justify herself by saying that she had read about it in some work. However, so far Jade has not interrogated her, and she has remained silent. Then he decides to ask her something. The girl interrupted Jade's questioning by saying that she was hungry and wanted to sleep. He reported that everything was fine and told her to eat. She ate and reported that she was now alive. Babe inquired where the Duke was. Jade replied that he had gone home for a while and would send a man to fetch him. The girl reported that she was fine and there was no need to call the Duke. There was no need to make an appointment to see him on purpose, she informed him. She hadn't come up with an excuse yet. She had also seen Cullen kill. She was horrified to imagine what he could do to silence her forever. She informed him that she would be glad if the Duke would come, but he was so busy right now. It will be fine even if he can't visit her, the little girl replied. Her brother asked, what did she think your father never visited you? She thought he doesn't come at all. Jade said that he came to see her every day, but now he was just away for a while. The girl was surprised by this fact. If he visited her every day, he must not have been so angry, she thought. Jade said they would talk about what had happened when her father arrived. She pondered what to tell her father and how to get out of it. She was working out her cunning plan. She had the option of saying he'd forgotten everything because of the traumatic shock. But she didn't know if that plan would work. She kept thinking and wondering. We have a picture in front of us of the Duke looking at a large armful of red flowers and asking the butler what are these. He asks what the police officers are even doing. This was the case while he was away from the scene for a while, and then he suddenly became thoughtful. The Duke turned to Shin and asked him to call the police. There's a dead body here. The investigation revealed that it was a child, a boy who was selling flowers on the street. The Duke asked if it was related to the fortune teller. According to the children's testimony, this boy told different ladies about some medicine and thus attracted buyers. In other words, he was the fortune teller's accomplice. Recently, the Duke heard a similar story about a boy who sold flowers. Besides, we don't know yet who sent those flowers and for what purpose. Even if it was to hide the corpse, there are still too many flowers in the room. Aren't the children who testified aren't orphans living in alleyways? The Duke asked angrily, and they were such children. Often they shared the leftover flowers among themselves. On the first day, Lee informed the Duke that someone had given her these flowers. Suddenly, the Duke rushed to the carriage and ordered the girl to be examined immediately. Anla sat there wondering what to say to the Duke, to tell the truth or to lie. What if he didn't believe her? Suddenly, the Duke entered. His face reflected anger or something similar. The girl was afraid of what he would tell her. Her father walked over to her and hugged her tightly, telling her that her father was already here. He apologized for being so late. He had urgent business to attend to. He was glad she was alive. He was very worried about her. Before, when she was still living on the streets, sickness had always been her only concern. Starving day after day, the girl suffered all alone. Of course, she had friends, but when she felt bad, she could only count on herself. It was only now that she realized how people felt when they were worried about them. She figured she shouldn't get used to that feeling, because what would she do later if she had to leave here? She wondered. She asked her father if he wanted to ask her anything. After all, she had been sneaking away from him at night. He said he would, but first he asked if she knew anything about the flower. He showed her the flower, the same one she had brought to the Duke at the beginning of the manhwa. She reported that it was very beautiful, but didn't know anything else. Well, that's okay then, sorry, he informed the girl. He informed her that he had a lot of things to say to her. First of all, thank you for saving me. Really, don't do that next time. He informed her that fathers should protect their children and not the other way around. He asked her to never sacrifice herself for him. Not just for him, but for anyone else. She promised she wouldn't do it again. She didn't know if it was concern for her or something else. He asked why she looked dazed. She regained consciousness, however, and he was informed that her life was no longer in danger. Have those inept charlatans deceived me again? Asked the Duke. No, she answered. She was just relieved. Now the Duke suddenly asked if she wanted to ask him anything. In fact, it seemed to the girl that Cullen, on the contrary, wanted to ask her something. He asked if she was wondering what he was doing there and who he had killed. She replied that she had no idea, but the guy was clearly a villain. She knew the Duke wouldn't attack an innocent man. Cullen doesn't kill or even touch a person unless that person commits the unpardonable sin. That is Cullen's immutable rule. She didn't understand his reaction. It seemed to her that she had reported something wrong. He asked her where you came from so interesting. He asked the girl if she was afraid of him. She replied that she was afraid. But she didn't start screaming and running away, that was obvious. He informed her that everything was fine, and he was only interested in one thing. According to Jade, upon waking up, she immediately asked him to take the baby to the fortune teller's house. He asked how she knew he was there. He informed her that he was not going to pressure her, but just wanted to talk. She replied that she had seen the leaves that the Duke had left in her room. She didn't know the reason, but it was the plain truth. That evening, Cullen left the papers with important evidence in the girl's room and left. Cullen was perplexed, for such a situation could not have been foreseen. How could the impeccable Cullen leave the case documents and just walk away? He remembered that there was a report on the actions of the red-haired women. However, can you read? He asked. She said she could not read, but she had memorized all the signs on the street where she lived. That night the scene was the red-haired witch's house, which was 2 corners away from her street. He was shocked to learn that she knew the place. She informed him that a tall and grim soothsayer lived there. It was rumored that he eats children to maintain his power. In addition, the girl had noticed repeated inscriptions on a leaf that she had seen often. And as she reported, the fortune teller's house turned out to be the place these girls visited. So as soon as she thought that the Duke might be headed there because of her words, she suddenly felt sick and found it hard to breathe. That's when she woke Jade up and asked him to come with her. This is impossible to believe, not because the Duke doesn't trust her, but because this story seems like a miracle. It turns out that the child drew her own conclusions from this information, and she didn't even forget to attach the investigative report she guessed Duke reported. He reported good, and asked her not to repeat it next time. She approved of his words. Henceforth, she would try to listen to the Duke and always ask his opinion first. The butler reported that the girl was not only super intelligent, but also a very sensitive child. This was some kind of misunderstanding, but I'll leave it at that for now, the girl thought. What kind of flower is this? When the girl first brought it to the mansion, the Duke had exactly the same surprised face, and now he was holding it in his hands again. Dvorkri asked, what kind of flower is the Duke holding in his hands? The girl's face that became more and more strange after every glance from the Duke. The Duke informed that this flower was left to him by a bad man, a very bad man, The girl asked again if he was really that bad. He replied that he could not say for sure as he did not know who he was. Cullen briefly explained everything. As a clue to the clue, someone had left red flowers at the crime scene. However, Cullen still knew nothing about the identity of that person. The girl wondered who could have left those flowers. It turns out that Cullen adopted me not just because he got lucky, but because she brought those flowers, thought the girl. But she really didn't know anything about those flowers. She thought that maybe Cullen suspected her of something. She didn't know what else to expect, and what else didn't she know? She wondered what would happen to her now. After all, she was already so attached to Cullen and Jade. But as it turned out, the girl knew absolutely nothing. She knew it was out of the question in the work. The Duke had called the girl unusually intelligent for her age, and so at first he had really suspected her and thought she knew something. But he noticed and approved of her helping him when difficulties arose. She asked the Duke whether he still suspected her or no longer. He replied that it was all right now, and now she was his savior. Even if she seems suspicious to him, it doesn't matter anymore. Is there anyone else in this world with the same unique father-daughter relationship? He asked. The question threw the girl into a stupor. She was pleased. The Duke had informed her that everything was all right now. That afternoon, Cullen told the girl a long story. He informed her that his job was to punish bad people. The police couldn't handle people like that. The girl immediately realized that Cullen had told her his secret. She never thought he would tell her everything. He informed her that she had helped him a lot this time. Even though only Shin and Jade knew about it, now as her daughter she had every right to do so. He asked how she was feeling at this moment. He added that she was now a full daughter of this house, and since she had learned his secret, there would be no turning back. She promised her father to keep his secret. She would take it to her grave with her. Nevertheless, the Duke wanted to ask the girl one last question. He asked why she didn't call him Daddy. What was the matter, he asked. After all, the girl had already called him Daddy. Daddy, she reported. Great, Cullen informed her. Now try calling me Daddy. She asked her father, where is Jade now? The Duke explained to her that he was sleeping in the next room because last night he hadn't slept a wink and had been by her side the whole time. Duke asked Shin to get Jade and left. Cullen took Baby in his arms and they walked. A smile shone on her face. Babe was surprised when she saw the balloons. We asked her brother about if those balloons were really all hers. She was so happy to get them. The balloons really pleased the little girl. He asked if she wanted to go to the toy store. Babe didn't understand what had gotten into him. She thought she was being treated this way because she was sick. Duke reported that he had seen what she looked like in the store last time. He reported that she was very nice when she looked in the window. She recalled stopping to look at those toys from afar while walking around looking for a balloon. She was shocked that he remembered it. When there was a holiday going on in the streets, she would see parents and their child going into the toy store. This world was so different from hers that the girl couldn't even envy. If Cullen was in a good mood and had a free day, they could go there. Cullen informed her that they could go to the toy store anytime she wanted. She indicated that she would stop by there sometime because she was uncomfortable. She didn't want to spend money. Cullen then informed her that he didn't know what she liked and decided to buy the whole store. The girl was just shocked by those words. She asked why he bought the whole store. She did not understand this act. She asked Shin if what the Duke had reported was true. Shin disclosed to the girl that he tried to stop Duke, but the owner was not in time. And after saying that, Duke asked Shin to shut up. He asked him not to talk nonsense. Shin revealed that the day before yesterday, the master had gone to the toy store to buy a gift for the mistress when she woke up. But he felt uneasy because he didn't know what to choose. She asked him if he had really bought the whole store. The Duke replied that he had only made a down payment. This money was enough to buy absolutely the whole store. He justified his act by saying that he didn't know what she would like, so he bought the whole store. Especially since he had never bought toys as a gift before. The girl was surprised and asked Duke if he had ever bought Jade gifts. He replied that he bought him a gift once because Marion was picking on him. It was a teddy bear in a soldier's uniform. He remembered Jade saying that he didn't need to be treated like other kids. Signs of attention weren't important to him. A rational father-son relationship was enough for him. That was far more important to him than any gifts. He informed, since they were talking about it, let's avoid such awkward situations for each other instead of birthday presents. It was the butler who picked out the gifts anyway. Shin asked Jade if he had guessed everything. He replied that he had guessed long ago when he was given such useless gifts every year. His father couldn't have chosen such tasteless things, Jade informed him. After saying that, Duke asked, what was his opinion of him after all? In the end, Duke let Jade enter Scarecrow's room and even bought the poisonous snake he wanted, even though it was already dead. The girl wondered why their relationship was so cold. Moreover, she learned that until today, Cullen had never bought Jade a birthday present. This shocked the girl. Shin reported that the host was completely inexperienced in choosing gifts for children. If there is a stuffed brown bear that Duke caught, why do we even need a little bear cub? Wondered Duke. The girl realized that Cullen had never received gifts from his parents. He's certainly not spoiled, she thought. The girl told Duke that if he had nightmares, the little bear could ward off scary ghosts. The Duke called it mere superstition. Well, it couldn't be helped, she informed him. She let him come to her room when he was scared and allowed him to hug her in gratitude. She understood that the Duke didn't have Messiah. After that sentence, everyone looked in her direction. The Duke stroked the girl's head. He indicated that he would like to bite her. It was written all over his face that he thought she was so cute and couldn't help it. Father, the girl informed, I certainly understand your feelings, but I wish you hadn't said that. Shin asked the mistress what she wished. He informed her that she could not go outside until she was well, so he would bring toys and anything else she wished from the store. She asked if they could take the items they bought back to the store. The Duke replied that when she grew up, he would return them to her. She informed him that she did not need a toy store. She would also be satisfied with one doll that the Duke would choose for her personally. He asked her to repeat the words after him one more time, starting with the words about the doll. She repeated, saying that she too would be happy with one doll that the Duke would choose personally for her. He felt sorry that she was calling him Duke again and not Papa. He said that he would buy her the best doll, and the store would definitely pay him back, the girl hoped. The girl lay on the bed and was bored. Shin reminded the girl that her safety was paramount. She had to follow bed rest even before the priests and doctors arrived. She reported that she had no pain. She asked if it was true that she was on the verge of life and death. Thanks to the magic of the priests, she felt no pain. She realized that it was the fact that she was lying down all the time that made her feel sick. She should have warmed up a bit. She started to stretch, but it was very difficult. She felt that her body felt very heavy. She looked at the moon, which was very beautiful. By the way, today is the day of Minos, she remembered. It reaches its largest size at that time. The girl thought that she could hardly be useful in the future because she knew the content of the book only up to this point. She wondered who, in Cullen's opinion, was the worst person. The book only described how Cullen handled the incident magnificently, but she had a bad feeling about the man who sent the red flowers. Ah yes, there was one other minor detail. The perpetrator had used a rare tasteless and odorless poison in the case. But how could an ordinary poor country boy get his hands on something like that? Had Callan thought of that? Surely the little girl had already had similar thoughts. What if I had a daddy? Yes, she was very lonely on her own. She couldn't even dream of having a family of her own. However, it's scary when too many good things happen in an instant. What if things go wrong when the baby starts calling Cullen Daddy? What if he gets tired of her? What if he tells her to leave because she's useless? She thought. These sad and sorrowful thoughts wouldn't leave her head. She turned to Mrs. Luna. not wanting to be too greedy, and so she asked only to see to it that she stayed in this house. The shadow man says he massacred the guy who was selling flowers. He put his corpse in plain sight. The fortune teller's partner could have gotten in our way, right? Asked this image to the guy with a hood on his head. He reported that giving poison to that ugly fortune teller was unnecessary. He thinks they should be more careful in choosing the criminals they want to help. Ah, tonight is Mino's full moon, he thought, and by her light, everyone in this world becomes equal. From now on, he would help anyone who needed his counseling. After all, crime planning counseling is my job, he informed himself. He recalled the Duke's adopted daughter. He reported that she was too young to receive flowers from anyone. It turned out that the flowers he sent her were the first flowers in her life. He was curious about her place in the Duchess family. He was interested in watching the ordeal. I look forward to seeing you, the shadow of a man informed him. The birdsong woke up our little princess. She noticed a teddy bear next to her. He was so soft and beautiful, she wondered why his eyes were different colors. Suddenly, she noticed an envelope with a letter and thought it was a card from Cullen. Since she couldn't read, she asked Shin to do it. He saw her running around and asked her not to do it because the wound might open. She replied that it was all right, for she had no pain. She showed him the letter, saying that when she woke up it was already lying next to her head. He saw the letter and said that it must have been a gift from Mr. Cullen. It had taken quite some time to produce it. She asked him to read it. After reading the beginning, he informed her that it was indeed his gift, and he had been meaning to give it to her for a long time. She wondered. She wondered if it would be better to ask her father himself to read the card. Then he would probably be very pleased, she thought. But what does it say? She asked. Shin replied that it said about the new name he had given her. This fact shocked the girl. She didn't want a new name, after all her mom had given it to her, and it was connected to her. She didn't want it to just disappear. She reported that aristocrat names were so long. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to learn them. Suddenly, the Duke sneaked up on them unnoticed and informed them to let Shin read it all by himself. He ordered him to read quickly and correctly. He began to read the letter which read, "Hello, Princess. I am a teddy bear, hurry up and give me a new name." The Duke interrupted Shin, telling him to read sincerely. "Since I've become the princess's furry friend, I'll give you a new name as a gift. Our princess's charming new name is Letitia, which translates to the sky with 1,000 moons. The letter says he will protect Lady Letitia from nightmares. His eyes are 2 jewels that will adorn the moonlight of Mistress. Oh yes, also Liz' name has the meaning of a child born on Monday." Cullen left Lee inside the new name. The child could continue to hold in her heart the times when she was still living on the streets. Among the 1,000 children born on Monday, she was the one who was given 1,000 moons to grace the sky today. The butler asked if she liked her new name. She thanked him for reading her letter. The Duke noted that Shin had read the letter very well. Shin, on the other hand, stated that he was being made fun of. He asked the Duke if he had really written the letter himself. The Duke replied that it was his secret. The Duke turned to the girl, calling her by her new name, and asked if she liked her new name. She replied that she did, and informed him that it was very beautiful. The Duke informed the girl that he had tried very hard to think of a suitable name for her, for their first meeting had been akin to a fantasy. He was very glad that she liked her new name. She thanked her father and reported that she was very happy. He reported that since she did not remember or know when her birthday was, they would assume that her new birthday was today. He reported that now the day really matters. In addition, she survived being on the verge of death, and the doctor was informed that the wound was not serious enough to die. But in fact, at that moment, she really thought she was going to die. She reported that she really thought it was the end of her. Nevertheless, he congratulated her on her birthday today. They gave each other a big hug. Letitia reported that she was going to go brag to Jade and ran off. She ran to Jade's house to tell him the news of her new name. When he woke up, he didn't understand what she meant. She informed him that her new name was Letitia. She added that today was her birthday. Jade reported that she had a very pretty name and that it suited her. He reported that her father had not informed him, and that is why he had not given her a present. He reported that her bear cub has beautiful gemstones. He informed that the red one was a ruby and the blue one was a sapphire. The little girl ran to her daddy, who was eating, and reported that he had something to tell her. She asked why he didn't give her a regular bear cub. Letitia informed that she didn't need any other gems. She reported that he might spoil her. He reported that it's okay because he wants her to grow up in luxury and not deny herself anything. He wants others to defer to her. She informed him that she will be hated for it later. He informed that this is a good thing because she will be a spoiled child who will not be able to live anywhere but the ducal house. Thus, she would forever be his daughter. He told her to accept at least this teddy bear, and they would close the issue of expensive gifts. On the table was her first gift, a cake which the girl loved very much. The Duke had made the cake without the butler knowing. It was her first birthday cake. She was very happy and grateful. All the servants gathered and decided to congratulate her on her first birthday in the Duke's family, and all the other family members also congratulated baby Shaka on her 10th birthday. She was amazingly sweet and happy. She was 10 years old on this beautiful day, and she was born again already under a new name, Letitia. She will never forget her happiest birthday. A second story. One winter day a few years ago, the Duke asked if he would like a gift. The butler informed him that it was more important that he choose it himself, but Jade had enough stuff as it was. Suddenly, the children who lived in the alleys ran away because they saw their master approaching. The Duke hoped they didn't run away because they saw him. Often the masters suspected the children of stealing and chased them away. Lee was there too. Duke told Sean to give the gold coin to the shopkeeper and asked him to keep the lights on tonight. He figured Jade would throw away his gift anyway. So shouldn't he at least make a present for the other children? He thought. The case of the red-haired witch was closed. A month after the girl had become Letitia, all she did all day was sit in the manor. She was not allowed to go outside until she was fully recovered. She was a diligent student and spent all her free time reading. Her closet was overflowing with dresses that Marion had chosen for her. Her health had also improved. She underwent treatment and gradually began to gain weight. She also heard that it was snowing more often lately. Marion was mesmerized by Letitia's beauty. She could not believe her eyes and could not imagine that in front of her was the same girl who first crossed the threshold of this house. This girl was traveling by boat for the first time. She had never traveled so far before. Did Jade regret having to stay in her room all summer? Either way, he kept his promise to ride on the boat with her. If she gets sick, she'll come home. Marion did our girl's hair beautifully. Marion thought that very soon she would turn into a beautiful girl. She wanted to keep watching little Leisha, but at the same time she was curious to see her grown-up appearance. Besides, being a saint, Marion couldn't marry. Perhaps that was why she looked so upset. The little girl wanted to grow up soon and become just like Marion. She wanted to become a gentle lady with beautiful looks and a pure soul, as radiant as Marion. Marion called her pretty and reminded her of her habit she liked to drink. Suddenly, Jade walked in and asked if she was ready. Marion informed Jade to learn to drink from her. He replied that he was a good drinker without her advice. Jade thought that Marion was a unique saint. She asked if Mariana would go with them. But Mariana said that she had a feast at the temple in the afternoon and wished them a good walk. At that time, the girl did not yet know what would happen at the picnic she was looking forward to. So they started their journey through the beautiful parts of nature. The girl was in awe of the beauty. The girl informed Jade that she wanted the Duke to come with them. But Jade informed that Duke was attending a political meeting today. Even if it didn't matter, he had to be there. Suddenly, some guys asked the heroes if they were going to Lennox Island. Jade immediately became disgruntled and angry, for he obviously knew these guys. he informed his sister that they seemed to be going there too. He then informed her that they were just older guys who were studying and weren't that close. They went to a birthday party once, and that was it. The girl wondered, for she hadn't seen Jade attend the Science Academy. It was mandatory to attend every day. Jade had said that you usually had to go every day because attendance points were very important. But it turned out that Jade had been misbehaving. One of the Science Academy teachers told Jade that he could just do well on the exam by meeting the attendance threshold. Their family is one of the few in the kingdom with pure mage blood. You can just practice in the magic tower and use that as an excuse, Jade informed Jade. Jade shocked the girl by telling her that he had only been playing with her lately, which meant she was an accessory to the crime. The girl wondered what the tuition fees were like at such schools for aristocrats. It was most likely high. She wanted to study in this Academy of Sciences too, but she was already so grateful to be allowed to live with the Duke's family. She felt like Jade was teaching her something bad. Jade had informed her that being bad and outstanding was the same as being kind and honest. You just have to act within the bounds of what is allowed. He reminded her that she didn't know the alphabet. He informed her that her knowledge would improve markedly when she learned to read, but she already knew how to write a few words. She reported that she could even write her own name, but of course she sometimes made mistakes. She learned to write the names of the Duke and Jade. Aristocrats often exchange letters with their loved ones. That's what her teacher taught her. That's why she wants to write a letter to Jade too. Jade laughed and called the girl funny. This upset her sharply, and she asked him not to laugh at her. He asked if she had a special man she would like to see. She remembered a boy named Walter who was a friend of hers. She had once lived on the same street with him. He had helped her a lot. She reported that she was promised to pretend to be strangers if they met on the street. If someone got sick or even died, if someone was beaten to death for begging, or taken away to an orphanage, if someone was lucky enough to get into a good place, they were to pretend to be strangers and not look for each other. All the kids knew that. Of course, they tried to be fair. They helped each other as long as it was okay. That was what the promise was based on. There were times when the bad kids tormented the girl, but their rule was, forget everything when you set foot in the alleys. She was lucky, for winter would soon begin, and winter is a very hard thing to endure. It is lucky to sleep under a blanket, trying to warm her icy feet, so she is eternally grateful to the Duke and Jade. Jade asked her if she said it was warm in the alley where she lived. Then she lied to make herself look good for the interview. She reported that she looked perfectly healthy. Except for one harsh winter, she had always been warm. Baby girl lied again. So be it, Jade informed her, but he wished the girl hadn't thanked them for such obvious things. After all, his home was now her home too. She informed him that the more obvious, the more she would thank them. That was something she had learned from her mother in a past life. Jade told the girl that he would thank her more often then too. For starters, he thanked her for stepping across the threshold of their estate one day. He also thanked her for getting well enough to go boating with him. A warmth spilled into her chest. She was insanely grateful to him too. She threw herself into her brother's arms. It would be wonderful to write all her feelings on a card and keep them in her soul. And henceforth, when she had a hard time, she would remember that happy moment and move on with her life. There was a very beautiful expanse of land around, and the girl liked it very much. The girl asked Jade to go for a walk, but he stopped her, saying that she was still sick, so she would get tired quickly if she overstretched herself. He reminded her that they had all day to have fun. She promised to be more careful. She smelled the flowers. They smelled very nice. They were blue roses. On Lennox Island, these blue roses only bloom once a year for 3 days, and now was exactly that time. Jade had chosen today on purpose. There weren't many people here, and they could enjoy the picnic in peace. Jade asked them not to touch them with their hands because they had thorns on them. There were no people around at all. It was as if they had rented the whole island. The girl was surprised that there shouldn't be many people wanting to admire such rare flowers. Jade informed her that there were bad rumors about blue roses. It is said that the poison of blue roses can drive a person to madness. Anyone who comes to Lennox Island when the blue roses are in bloom will die. That was the island's macabre legend. But Jade didn't believe the story. He thought it was superstition. It was like the story of falling asleep in a closed room with the fan on and dying. Or you write your name in red pen and a ghost takes you away. Jade explains that 2 bodies were found here a long time ago and that their deaths were sudden. Those words gave the girl goosebumps of fear. In fact, the flowers were blue because the energy of the magical stones buried in the depths of the earth had temporarily changed the color of the roses. Before the discovery of this fact, everyone thought that people were going crazy and dying because of the poison contained in roses. That is why they are called superstition. In fact, they are not poisonous. Shin said that everything was ready for dinner. Suddenly, the guys from the boat appeared out of nowhere. They told Jade that they hadn't seen him at the academy for a long time. They asked him what he was doing here. Jade replied that he hoped it would not be crowded today and that he wanted to look at the flowers with his little sister. The boys were shocked, for they did not know that Jade had a sister. The little girl didn't know how to say hello to them according to etiquette. Jade said that he was happy to see them and suggested that they continue to enjoy their time separately. Suddenly, the boy approached Jade and informed her that he was still smarting. He wanted the girl to introduce herself. He introduced her and informed her that she was his little sister. She introduced herself and upon hearing her name, the boys were horrified and their hearts quickened. They thought she was cute. One boy introduced himself as Lion, and the girl remembered that she had seen him somewhere before. The second said his name was Percy. The third was a third-year student in the student association Jade was a member of. The third introduced himself as Jax. He called our cutie a fairy. He wanted to kiss her hand. But suddenly Jade lifted the girl up sharply that Jax kissed his own hand, took her in his arms and rasped that his sister was shy around strangers. They unanimously called her very sweet. Jade informed them that if they ever touched her, they'd be in big trouble. From him personally. The boys thought he was joking, but the girl knew he wasn't joking. Shin called the boys for lunch, but realized they were busy and said he would come back for them later. The boys started eating their sandwiches, which had all of little Shin's favorite ingredients. After a long time, he finally went out for a walk with his little sister. What an unfortunate coincidence. Jade informed that they could finish their tea and leave. The boys reported that they were so lucky that they had all gotten out for the picnic together. Jade reported that they were just skipping class to take a courage test. Another boy in the crowd reported that he had tried to stop him, telling him not to go there because of the dreaded blue roses curse. To the little girl, Lion seemed very familiar, though she didn't know any aristocrats she knew. Lion offered to tell a funny story about Jade at the Science Academy. According to him, when everyone in the student union got overexcited and he was asleep at the time, there was a very creepy atmosphere that day. One guy reported that Jade was obliged to give his sister a tour. Letitia laughed happily. They were so friendly, and that's probably why she thought she'd seen him somewhere. The guys said Lion was the best in studies among them, but compared to Jade he was average. He got worse when he was younger. When he was as old as Jade was now, he couldn't even speak properly. I think he was 15. After that, Lion suddenly became cheerful. At that time, he didn't know what had happened yet, but something had changed his character. According to Lion, it was his only 2 friends who were always by his side. The boys invited the girl to a ball at their estate. Jade informed her that their ball was for the nouveau rich. She should spend her first ball with them, he thought. The girl realized that she was being treated like an aristocrat. Jade wondered why, despite his sister's young age, they were already discussing her debut into high society. He wanted to pick the invitations to the ball with her father. Letitia asked about what it all meant that she wasn't going anywhere or what. To which Jade replied that he would go when he got older and then he could go wherever he wanted to go. But he warned her to only pick safe places. The guy in the crowd didn't understand how she could be so small and cute. Jade ordered him to stop acting like a monster who only talked about his sister's beauty all the time. The boys didn't recognize Jade. He had changed. It was the first time they had seen him like this. Before, he always walked around with a haughty, expressionless face. Lion said he was going out to look at the roses for a while. He wanted to pick some blue roses for his little sister. She is very fond of roses. When offered company, he explained that he didn't believe what people had made up about the legend of blue roses. Letitia asked if everything was all right, to which the boys apologized for making her worry. Lion's little sister died last year. He wants to pick flowers to put on her grave. Lion's little sister was an incredible beauty, and Percy's fiancée. They got engaged around the age of an infant, so they had known each other for years. Eliza lived in the country, and they didn't get a chance to see each other often. She was beautiful. Baby asked about his baby sister being sick, just like her in her previous life. She died of pneumonia. Lion came back and asked what they were talking about. The girl reported that from the look on his face, he had heard everything. Lion reported that he had heard, and that was the only reason he had called them here, because of Eliza. His late sister reported that she had dreamed of seeing blue roses at least once. He just didn't want to have such sad conversations. Yesterday he was going through his things and found his sister's jewelry box, and it had a lot of blue things in it. She was very fond of the color blue. Anyway, he was insanely grateful to Percy. Grateful that he still thought about Eliza and hadn't gotten engaged again. He reported that his family had nothing but money. He reported that Eliza was his first love, who was of noble birth and held a special place in his heart. But he was still grateful to him. After all, he had not demanded the return of the jewelry and money given as a gift in honor of his engagement. Thanks to that, his family was able to get back on their feet. Jax offered to meet Eliza. Eliza would be happy if Percy brought her roses. The girl was sad, but at the same time pleased that the friendship between these boys was beautiful. Lion suggested talking about something more fun. He asked the girl if she was interested in capital life. She replied that she had hardly ever been to the capital. He informed her that there were so many wonderful places in the city. Since he himself came from a rural area, the capital was a whole new world to him. He still remembered his impressions of his first day at the academy. On the floor tiles, the reflections of the red sunset could be seen. He was very excited when he got off the train. The striking of the blue bell on the clock tower, the white doves flying past her. The years of her capital youth had been the most beautiful. The girl knew that the metropolitan lane she had grown up in was not like that at all. But she thought the blue clock tower by the train station was very beautiful too. She asked why he said that, as if it had happened a long time ago. Because it had. Jade asked if she liked everything. She replied that she loved it and already wanted to come back here again. Jade informed her that he was happy to bring her back here after a long break. Suddenly, she felt sleepy. She asked to be woken up. She asked not to go and leave her here alone. Her life seemed like a dream. She was afraid she might disappear for the slightest mistake. If she and Jade broke up, and she would have to live on the streets again. Waking up, she asked herself how long had she been asleep. It was Cullen. The little girl was thrilled to see her father. She jumped up abruptly. Cullen was thanking some woman for giving him a ride. She informed him that they should definitely meet again. He'd invited her to the ball at his house. He's definitely the main character, she thought. Letitia watched her father and thought that he was definitely the main character and so popular. The Duke took the girl in his arms and asked if she had a good time. She replied that she had and asked why he had come to see her. He replied that he had come to visit her. He could see how upset she was this morning. She reported that it was really just an excuse and that he just wanted to go for a ride with those sisters. He informed her that wasn't true. Only his babe could make him come after her in a heartbeat. As soon as Duke showed himself to those guys, they sat in awe. The Duke asked Jade, "Who are these gnats who are chatting so casually with my daughter even unaccompanied?" He was referring to the three boys who were drinking alcohol in front of his daughter. They apologized, saying they just wanted a cup of tea. They swore they'd done nothing to disturb the young lady. The Duke asked them to tell them about themselves. The first introduced himself as Percy, who was a senior student at their cadet academy. He reported that they had met by chance. Duke reported that they were not parasites. Jade then added that they weren't enough to exterminate them. The girl wondered how it was that they were having such a casual conversation. He replied that he was just kidding because his daughter was very beautiful. Jade asked how he managed to get out so early, since political meetings usually drag on for a long time. "You didn't come because Letitia and I are having a good time together, did you?" asked his son. The Duke answered him that His Highness was not so diligent in his work lately, so they finished early. The Duke asked the boys what they were talking about. One of the boys replied to the Duke that they were telling the young lady about life in the capital. The Duke noticed that their faces had changed and asked what was wrong with them. He ordered them to tell everything if they had anything to say. Baby noticed they looked frightened too. Percy indicated that he was going to go get some fresh air and air out a bit. The two boys continued their conversation with the Duke. They reported that they were interested in the Duke's magic items and business. One of the boys was thinking of using them as material for his thesis. He asked Duke to tell him about his work on the student council. Letitia noticed that Percy was feeling ill. Duke asked about his daughter's interest or what. Letitia added that she was interested in anything to do with the Duke. The Duke began his story. Suddenly, the girl felt sick. She asked when they would go home. Lion said that he would call a maid, signal them with a mirror by the river, and they would be there in no time. A noise was heard on the water, a plop, which surprised Littlefoot a little. Lion reported that there were many divers on Lennox Island and reassured the girl. But something was holding Percy back. He seemed to be heavily intoxicated. Lion asked everyone if they should go get him. He was worried about Percy, for he was usually in a bad mood after drinking. Jax decided he was going to go pick roses. Before he left, Babe suggested that everyone go and look at the blue roses with the Duke. Suddenly everyone froze. Babe didn't realize what was wrong with their faces. Jade grabbed Baby and hugged her. He asked her not to look. Just then it was Percy. They thought it was suicide. The girl saw the smile on her father's face, but didn't understand what it meant. He told her to wait 3 seconds, count 10 paces and scream. He told her to call those bugs and come back. In the meantime, they'd examine the body. The girl went to call them. She came running and told the boys that there was trouble. They were shocked and did not know what to say or do. They saw the dead boy and were shocked again. The dead boy had wrist wounds and the blade was covered in blood. Everything pointed to it being a suicide. But how could Percy have killed himself? It couldn't have been. He had a wonderful future ahead of him. That's what Lion thought. Jax reported that they were hardly ever separated, and no one came into that hold but them. There was only one place to send boats from, and that was where they had been all along. The little girl, like them, thought it was suicide, but it was suspicious. Lion reported that it was all his fault, that he was the one who had started the conversation about his little sister. Percy had agonized over her death for a long time, and he had reopened the wound. Impulsive suicide. There might even be a case for it. But why now? His fiancée had been dead for a year. Before he'd talked about Eliza, he'd joked and seemed happy. The father thought the girl was scared. The girl thought about how many times a man had died before her eyes. The events of the novel she had managed to read about had ended long before that. Now she knew nothing. Jax informed the Duke that he didn't want to offend him, but his family was the first to discover Percy's body. Before he left for his walk, everyone was in a huddle. His father asked what he was implying about them conspiring and killing Percy and named them. He informed that it was because of all the rumors that had been going around about their family. Judging by the fact that the blood was already caked on, it had been about 30 minutes since his death. The Duke turned to Lion and rasped that Percy had died about the time he had gone to the river to signal. Lion became wary. It seemed a perfect suicide. Under those circumstances, you could say that all the people here were innocent. But he wasn't a doctor, and he wasn't a detective, so he decided to leave it to the police. The girl had a feeling that she had missed something. She had a strange feeling. She knew it wasn't suicide. Odie asked how the girl was feeling. She replied that she was fine. And then, as his hand touched her forehead, some vision came to her. It was someone else's memory, but she didn't realize whose. The man's face was familiar to her. Jade saw a frightened girl. Her father told her to be patient, the police would be here soon, and they would go home. The girl thought she was seeing an illusion with her eyes open. The father and Jade decided that when they got home, the girl should lie down to rest at once. Now they too suspected that it was murder, but it seemed strange to them. Perhaps there was someone else hiding there besides them. But the island could only be reached from one place and by boat. Usually at this time of year, Lennox Island is quiet, so if someone came by boat, they would be heard right away. Perhaps the real culprits were mermaids. That's what Jade thought. But her father wanted to know everything after the investigation. It seemed unlikely to the girl that someone could be hiding on this small island. Or is the culprit in their midst? She remembered the illusion. The sinner who should have died at the hands of Cullen for killing Percy. Percy was a master swordsman, so it was no surprise that he'd used his skills to slash veins and arteries in one fell swoop. The Duke has been getting into a lot of strange stories lately, the policeman reported. The policeman's name was Sergeant Sheldon. He asked to be called by that name. Duke asked if he could leave. The sergeant allowed him to leave. The father informed the girl that it was time to go home. The friends were pained to realize that Percy was no longer with them. The little girl felt sorry for Lion, telling him about his dead sister. She asked to take him with her. She informed him that she wanted to comfort him on the way home. She couldn't imagine how he would feel after such a misfortune. She reasoned that if they were left alone, they would blame each other for not noticing Percy's loneliness. To see such a thing was very sad to her. Her father thought the girl was kind. Jade started shoving Lion in the back and led the way. When they arrived, Lion said he could drive himself home, but the girl stood her ground. She reported that he was pale, as if he might faint at any moment. He was very grateful for her concern and informed her that he was fine. Her father also insisted, as did the girl, and told him to sit down, because it was customary in their family to listen to all the children's lamentations. If his daughter so desired, he would have no trouble putting him in the carriage and taking him home. The little girl suddenly became thoughtful while looking at Lion. It was evident from his face that he had killed Percy today by using a very simple ruse. But why, after all? Why had he killed Percy in this particular way? She was interested in the details, if that was what she was thinking. She wanted to tell her father the reason right now. Otherwise, she wouldn't rest until she shared it with someone. Cullen is a fair man, but he doesn't get into other people's life circumstances. This is also mentioned in the piece. The ending was unknown to her, but the content was depressing, and Cullen never found his happiness in this novel. They were almost there. It was here. The girl turned to her father. She reported that the ribbon tied around Misaka's neck had flown out the window. In the morning, Marion tied a ribbon around Misaka's neck with the same color as the one on her hair. Cullen informed Shin that his daughter had dropped the ribbon on the road and asked him to find it. Lion, on the other hand, informed him that this was where he would leave them. But the girl informed him that there weren't many people here, so it might be dangerous. He insisted, saying he didn't want to burden them any further. The girl thought he had a very different reason, namely that he needed to get out in that alley. She turned to Lion and informed him that she had a few more questions for him before he left. She informed him that it wasn't that important, but still. She asked if he had seen her before. He replied that it was impossible. He wouldn't be able to forget such a sweet girl. She asked who he really was. The girl explained that she had seen him in the distant past. She suddenly asked Lion what color was the clock tower at the train station. He answered correctly, saying it was golden. The huge clock tower at the train station is bright gold. But on Lennox Island, Lion claimed otherwise. He claimed the tower was blue in color. He got nervous. He excused himself by saying that he'd had a few drinks and must have misspoke. The little girl informed him that this was not the case. She really is blue. This oversight made it easier to solve her riddle. The clock tower at the train station is covered with a special paint. It's golden during the day and blue at night. This tower is a gathering place for street kids. To meet at the blue tower meant that the meeting would take place at night. One day, her friends called the girl to watch the trains during the day, so they snuck into the train station. Oops, the tower was definitely blue that time. Also, normal people don't go to the train station at night because there are no trains in the kingdom after 6 p.m. and the passageway is guarded. The only people who congregate there are the kids from the village below. They are mostly pickpocket thieves. She told Lion that she had once seen him at a gathering near the blue tower. She was from the area like him. She asked Lion if it was true that he was from the village below. That's why he was so excited about today's incident. But she remembered his words. He had been informed that he was born in the village. Cullen didn't understand what was going on. He asked them how it was. It was hard for him to make sense of it. There couldn't be two lions, two people. Suddenly, Lion grabbed the girl. He ordered her not to move. Her illusions were definitely connected to Lion's memories. At first, she thought she had met two lions, but that wasn't the case. It turned out they were twins. Cullen had ordered him to let his daughter go. If he let her go now, at least she would die without agony. Thoth yelled for him to let Lion out first. Otherwise, he would embarrass the girl. Cullen asked, what was he going to do? Will he leave a scar on his daughter's cheek, or does he want to hurt her finger? Lion's copy, or twin brother, dropped to the floor. Cullen turned to him and informed him that if he started blackmailing him by threatening his daughter, he could do nothing and stood still. Black magic, die in terrible agony, Cullen informed him. Lion, who was sitting in the carriage, ran out and shouted, Lidden, Jade held a knife to him and informed him that she would kill him. The girl screamed, asking him to wait. She wanted to hear them out. The girl asked Jade and her father to leave her brothers alone and listen to them. Her father said that since the wretch had dared to put a knife to the child's throat, he would first cut off both his hands. But that would be like killing him. If you cut off his hands, he would die. The child told his father that he felt fine and that he did not even have a cut on his neck. The father informed her that he was not interested in hearing the murderer's stories, but if she wanted it so badly, there was nothing he could do about it. The girl saw the snake and thought it was her father who had summoned it with his magic. She saw that one of the twins had wet clothes. Jade asked the boys when they had time to change, and asked which one of the two of them killed Percy. Also, Cullen and Jade asked how the girl knew about it. She replied that wasn't what was important right now, that they didn't want to know what had happened. They knew that their babe had the power to control them. Duke untied one of them and told him that if he withheld anything, he would torture his brother until he died. Jade told the Duke that when he said those words, they should cover their little girl's ears, and she had already heard everything. Cullen ordered the details of how and why he did it. He killed Percy, just as he had planned. When Lion went to cut the roses, he switched places with his twin brother Lidden. While Lidden was talking to his friends, a lurking lion killed Percy and disguised it as a suicide. When he signaled with his mirror, he switched places with Lidden again. A simple enough switch trick. As he died, Percy didn't even let out a groan. The girl suspected he had been given some sort of drug. If they had, they would have guessed, for ours are no fools. They covered his mouth with a handkerchief soaked in a substance that made him faint at once. Percy was easily persuaded. He had always given Eliza gifts of the color blue. By the late girl's gifts one could understand Percy's soul. Lion said that he had no remorse. He reported that Percy was a scoundrel and abused Eliza. Their family was very poor, so even as an infant, one of the twins, Lydon, had to be given up for adoption to a family of distant relatives. But that family became embittered, and Lydon began to live on the street. Surprisingly, the girl also came from those places. I think that's when she crossed paths with him. They met again when they were almost 10 years old. Did Lion really live like that until now as a single person? He said it was true. He and Lydon took turns attending the Academy of Sciences. Even as twins, they looked very much like each other. He wanted at least in this way to give Lydon back the life of a son of a noble family. So he practiced to become like each other, the girl informed him. Jade realized why sometimes he noticed it looked like there was a completely different person in front of him. Jade asked them why they had killed Percy. They answered that he was to blame for Eliza's illness. They were sure of it. Every year Eliza grew more beautiful, so young men with titles and wealth lined up to propose to her. There were even some who offered to pay the penalty for breaking the engagement and accept his proposal. Upon learning of this, Percy had done something about it. Cullen figured it out. The bastard only had money on his mind, that's why he had set it up so ridiculously. The girl realized there was more to it than that. Lion called the girl unusual and said that it was as if a completely different person lived in her little body. Lion noted that she was right, but it didn't end there. Percy gets very drunk at the summer estate and begins to molest Eliza. When Percy gets drunk, he becomes a different person. Unfortunately, besides Percy, there were several other villains there. They got Percy drunk, and he became very drunk, so he dared to touch Eliza. Jade realized that he had just committed a disgusting act. The girl thought that Eliza had committed suicide. Lion had noticed that when noble families said that an unmarried girl died of pneumonia, it often meant that she had killed herself. Before she died, she told them the whole truth, and afterward she slit her wrists. The girl realized that this was the same way they wanted to kill Percy. Cullen realized that they wanted to kill him because they wanted revenge. He realized that one of them hadn't even grown up with her. Lion reported that it had only been one time. They had spent a week together at the manor. It had been an unusually happy time. Memories of those times still do not let them go. If you look into the little girl's memories, something has changed there. But how? Lion reported that he was the one who committed the crime. He informed that Cullen could use him for his black magic experiments. He asked for Lydon's release. Cullen said he didn't need the material for his experiments. It was all gossip. After that, Lion wanted to question the girl. He asked her how she guessed that she and Lydon had agreed to meet here. She saw Jade and Cullen burning her with a look. While Percy was gone, they were together all the time. If Percy had really been killed, then there was someone else on the island besides them. But the police had searched all of Lennox Island and found no one, so the perpetrator must have gotten away before the police arrived. Opposite where they docked, there's a sky bridge, the Pinnell Bridge. There's enough distance from the water for them to swim under it. In addition, there is a tunnel going underground under the bridge, and exactly where they were now is where this underground passage runs. All the street kids knew about this secret tunnel, and our little girl was no exception. Jade knew she had come to that conclusion because of that little caveat. The girl realized that if Lion knew about the Night Tower, he must have known about this place as well. It was hard to believe, but she was incredibly smart. The girl thought that only because of her imagination and a detective novel she had read in a past life. I wonder what kind of story an older brother who had nothing to do but kill his dead younger sister's fiancée would tell. Jade asked Cullen what he was going to do with them. He himself knew that he was going to ruthlessly deal with the perpetrator as usual. Cullen replied that he felt that someone was going to kill Percy, so he decided to check on Jax and Lion and find out who the culprit was so he could find him. Okay, Lydine, he might not have known, but Lion had committed a crime, and Cullen usually didn't spare people like him. Jade felt sorry for them. He informed her that if anyone dared to touch his little sister, though he didn't want to imagine it, such an act would make him so angry that he'd be willing to kill one of the twins right now. Either way, they could be forgiven this time. That's what Jade had thought. Now, it was the little girl's turn. They asked her opinion. The little girl realized that the decision was up to her. The girl was advised not to side with these villains. Cullen says he can't even imagine that the little girl might want to let them live. As a father, he coldly tries to reason. Jade also voted to kill her. The little girl didn't know what she should do now. It sounds like childish jealousy. Jade reported that the decision was unanimous. You are condemned to death if it weren't for that illusion. Poor people. Even though the girl didn't know Eliza personally, she felt sorry for her. The girl wanted the Duke to do something that she wouldn't regret later. She knew what kind of man Cullen was. A grim hero who pursued criminals. The grim character of the piece. Of course, regardless of the crime, Cullen shows no mercy to criminals, but let him make a different decision this time after listening to her. She didn't want him to tarnish himself. Ladine and Lyon were different from the people he had killed before. Cullen was very grateful to the girl. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have known the whole truth. The little girl hesitated for a moment. She knew that Cullen had changed his mind after hearing Elise's story. In that case, she asked not to kill them, but to give them to the police. Cullen asked Lyon if he remembered the names of Percy's friends, those who were still on the estate, and they couldn't be forgotten, not even in a dream. He wanted to meet them. He told them he'd let them go if they gave him their names. It was all thanks to his daughter. He sounded like he was asking them to introduce him to good people. Jade informed Lyon that it would be great if the next time they met, he would show him himself in person. He informed him that he was starting to like him. But as soon as he talked to his sister, Jade would kill him. He reported that he was the only one who had easily killed his sister's enemy. If it were him, Jade would make him agonize for a long time before dying. Letty knew it. Cullen says it's always like this. You take one out, and they leave a pile of garbage. He told me not to worry. He's good at it. If someone does something wrong, they should be punished. That was his rule, and the girl knew it. Cullen absorbs mana from human bodies. People who feed on mana are nicknamed mana eaters. There are only 3 instances where he can absorb a devourer: murderers, the recently deceased, and those who have touched an innocent girl. This offense is considered the most serious. After all, to Cullen, murderers and rapists are the same thing, though she too thought that those who tortured Eliza should die. The twin brothers were very glad they weren't killed. They couldn't believe that fact. They asked if they would let them go so easily. Cullen replied that yes, they would, but they must remember that those who tasted blood once were unlikely to change. He put his mark on them. If they did anything wrong again, he would catch them first. He asked the girl to come to him. Afterward, he thanked his brothers for the treat, but they didn't understand what he meant. He added that he meant Percy. His corpse was fresh. Another one of Cullen's rules about eaters: count to 3, scream, then take 10 steps. Jade reported that the thought of Percy being so violent made his heart go away. However, he felt bad that his father had swallowed someone he knew. Lyon asked what Jade had meant. Cullen replied that he'd had a lot of fun cleaning up the world of crazy people. He was sure that he was in for a real adventure if he went after his little girl. The father informed the girl that he now knew who she was. The little girl panicked. She thought he had discovered her secret, and she was scared. But he hadn't. He called her a genius. Now it was safe to exhale. Jade reported that she was a liar. It had happened more than once before, and certainly not by accident. The little girl judged everything. Jade reminded her that she'd never been taught anything. She happened to memorize shapes and letters she'd never seen before. She informed him that if she had that ability, she wouldn't be living on the streets anymore. She herself didn't realize how it happened. This year's winter was supposed to be cold. It was pitiful for the children left on the street. The girl assured them that she was the most ordinary child. But Cullen wanted to test her. He knew doctors who had already examined Jade. They were the ones who could recognize the girl's talent. The child knew that they would immediately realize from the test results that she wasn't a genius, and then he would reject her. Shin greeted them. He was very happy to see them. He reminded me that they came back very late. He saw the girl, who looked tired, and asked Cullen what had happened to her. He told him that a lot of things had happened, but most importantly, his girl was a true genius. Shin was confused as to what this was all about. The girl headed to her room and collapsed on her bed. She was very tired. It hadn't even occurred to her that Cullen would be discussing her all through dinner. Jade peeked into her room to make sure she was okay. She replied that yes, everything was fine. He asked her why she was always sad when they passed that intersection. She replied that she used to live in a deserted alley behind the intersection. Every time they drove by, she remembered those cold days. That was her past. Always when she thought about it, she felt cold. Yes, and she felt sorry for her friends. Jade, on the other hand, reported that she shouldn't worry. But the girl informed that they had a rule about not forgetting about each other. Jade advised that she should back off properly. When Cullen touched her hand, the girl had a vision. The story told in the book she had read in her past life was different. But what was it? She didn't know when or why such visions appeared. And how to relate to it, she didn't know. A few days later, Cullen never once mentioned the little girl's genius, and she assumed he'd forgotten. He asked her if she wanted some fresh air. Her father told the girl that Marion had told him she liked the cafe they had visited last time. He had business nearby and suggested that she stop by. The girl was happy about it and ran to get dressed. Shin shouted to her to take her time. He told her to tell the maids to dress her. She had forgotten because of her rush about it. It only made Cullen smile. So they set off on their long journey. Cullen, seeing her outfit, called her cute. The girl wanted to take his hand. Cullen responded to her offer by saying that she was driving him crazy and hugged her. After that incident on Lanok Island, baby girl held Cullen's hand every chance she got, but nothing ever happened. Not even now. She really wasn't familiar with this ability. Walking through the streets, she spotted Dr. Siebel's research institute. Cullen had announced that this was where she was to take the test. At first, she thought it was a test of her intelligence, but later realized that Cullen had tricked her by telling her that they were headed to a cafe. Cullen explained that everything depended on her and that it would be over very quickly. But the girl didn't want to go to the doctor. The Duke is a liar, all thought she. The doctor was happy to welcome the lady and asked her to come this way. She didn't realize what kind of doctor he was, for he was very young. Cullen informed her that he would be back soon. He had some business to finish. He asked her not to worry about the girl, and informed her that the guards would be standing outside. If he was rude to her daughter, he would be in big trouble. The doctor informed that nothing like that would happen, and he would take care of her. Cullen informed her that he would return when he was done with his business, but in the meantime she would talk to the doctor. He asked her not to be afraid. The doctor informed the girl that he was meeting her for the first time and informed her that his name was Sybil. The little girl also introduced herself to him. Suddenly, the doctor started laughing. Letitia did not understand the reason for his laughter and of course asked what he was laughing at. He replied that she looked so cute like a lost puppy. Letty informed him that she was not a dog. Letty asked if he had a doctorate because she thought all doctors were old and gray. The doctor replied that he had only recently reached adulthood. People who could get a degree at such a young age are called geniuses. He informed her that the Duke had brought her here to find out her intelligence level. He asked her not to worry as the Duke and he just wanted to help her. But Letitia was just grateful for his concern but didn't need his help. She informed him that she was an ordinary person and not a genius. He asked the girl not to worry. He explained that such trials take place in any noble family. Loving parents believe that their children are real geniuses and bring them to him. The little girl already doubted that Cullen was a loving father. After that, she already thought he was an arrogant liar. The doctor reported that there are times when parents lose faith in their child's genius. They relate to those who just want to gain advantage by using their own children. But Herzog was far from that. If she really was a genius, the doctor was obligated to help her. The little girl didn't understand why he would do that when she knew she had no talent anyway. She didn't like it. The doctor already knew she didn't know the alphabet, so he decided to just ask her questions. He asked in what form she would like to answer his questions, maybe in an entertaining way? He forgot where he put the assignment sheet, started looking for it, and accidentally hit his head. The girl was scared that something was wrong with him, but he reported otherwise and apologized. He informed that they could proceed with the test. The little girl, seeing the doctor's clumsiness, also thought he was handsome. Then Dr. Sybil told a very interesting story. He showed her a maze and asked her how many exits there were. He showed her the maze and the numbers and started asking about the connection between the beginning and the end of the story. The girl could only answer a few of the questions on his test, but come to think of it, she hadn't learned anything in her current or past life. When she became ill, she rarely attended school. He took out a chessboard and asked another question. The doctor wondered why the girl could not get out of the maze. The girl guessed why, because the first horse had destroyed the road, and the second one was closed too. While she was trying to figure out the reason, 2 hours passed, and during that time she realized that his riddle was quite interesting. After that, the doctor informed her that he had to summarize the results of the tests. He asked her to wait. The girl thought that being a genius is not that cool. They remember everything they read about, come up with new things, can figure out decimal numbers and count them in their head. Something like that. She knew that many parents thought their children were geniuses, but ended up disappointed with them. She wondered if Cullen hoped she would continue to help him with his work. She remembered that he had promised her that he would listen to her opinion and always ask her opinion first. But if she couldn't help, he would be upset. She thought she might get kicked out for that. But maybe not kicked out, but definitely bullied, like making her run errands for the housekeeper. She didn't know what to do. Just thinking about it made her feel worse. After all, the results would not be known today. Cullen returned to her and asked how she was feeling. She replied that she was sorry, but she wasn't a genius at all. Cullen did not understand what she meant. The girl explained to the Duke that she had not answered any of Dr. Siebel's questions. She reported that she had a normal memory, which meant that there was nothing she could do to help him. The Duke asked what she meant by help. He didn't understand what she meant. She thought he would be upset if she didn't turn out to be smart. He asked her to calm down. He called her a sweet and kind girl. Cullen informed her that, after all, it was said for a reason that daughters were a father's happiness. He was in agreement with that. He informed her that he wasn't expecting anything, just worried about her. He informed her that capable people are born into their family, and it was no surprise that he and Jade had gotten their degrees quickly. But she thought she was different, because she wasn't his real daughter. That's what she thought. But that wasn't what he meant, he informed her. He explained that sometimes it happens that people are already born with these abilities. More often than not, their lives end in suicide or they become depressed. They are very unlucky because it is very difficult to manage mental abilities properly. The father told the girl that Jade was also weak as a child, but not as weak as her. Therefore, he found it necessary to prepare in advance in case she turned out to be a genius. Despite his expectations, he was still pleased with his daughter. Any parent would be pleased with a child as smart and sweet as her. But she told him otherwise. She didn't think she was smart. Her father informed her that she didn't have to be smart. Being stupid wasn't so bad, he informed her. She asked who needs them, the stupid ones. They can't do anything. It's her responsibility to spend Dad's money, he informed her. He could provide her with everything she needed. This was the kind of daughter he had always dreamed of. He hugged her so tightly. It seemed to the girl that he was comforting her in a strange way. He noticed that she had stopped crying. The little girl knew she would regret it later. He asked her if she wouldn't mind going to the cafe. But the little girl was already doubting again that they would go to the cafe. She decided that he had tricked her. He informed her that of course he would fulfill his promise and buy her whatever she wanted. She informed him that she wanted chocolate cake. Duke reported that he would always be happy regardless of the results, and in the meantime he suggested that she wait for the doctor and talk to him. She reported that the test had been fun. The doctor came in and reported that the results were in, but their conversation might take a little longer than he thought. Duke asked for a summary of the results. After all, it was lunchtime for the girl. The doctor reported that the young lady is not a genius in need of an aptitude evaluation, but judging from the test results, she has an excellent aptitude. She has talent, which confirms that she is gifted. Gifted. The girl didn't understand. The Duke asked the doctor to explain what it all meant. The doctor reported that the young lady demonstrates an excellent command of languages. She is very eloquent, and with this level of education, her reasoning and problem-solving abilities are very good. She remembers more than the average person. But the strangest thing of all is her ability to count, even though she was never taught to do so. In other words, the young lady has a rare talent. He advised her to study as much as possible. He reported that he felt his daughter was a genius, and the girl kept insisting that she wasn't. But Cullen reported that giftedness or genius aren't they the same thing? And yet she's also cute. Her father informed the girl that she could be anything she wanted to be, but if she was smart and rich, life would seem much more interesting. The father should organize a party, and she should learn new things. He suggested she go eat chocolate cake. The doctor informed the Duke that he realized he was very busy right now, but he needed to speak to the young lady urgently. He suggested that they talk inside. Duke advised that he hoped they had talked enough, but if he still had something left to say, they would have to talk. But he didn't want to go inside and wanted them to talk right there. The doctor advised that the client must be open and honest with the doctor and must be unaccompanied by a parent. So alas, Cullen's gaze is so piercing that it looks like he's ready to claw at the doctor. The girl walked into the doctor's lab and was surprised. The doctor mentioned that he does a lot of research to solve a particular issue. He explained to her that there were special courses for people like her. But he informed her that the Duke would not allow her as he cares for her very much. It is a special institute which is quite far away. The girl noticed that there was something wrong here. The doctor knew that the girl had already guessed that this was the last test. He offered her to take the last test for fun. She was hidden in this room. The girl noticed that the wooden table, the guest chair, and the cabinets were all the same size. These rooms were similar. If the papers and equipment were removed, they would be almost identical. It turns out she needs to find the differences. If you start looking for obvious differences, one of them is the painting. Although both depict a forest landscape, the one in the other room shows paths among the woods, and the other shows flowers growing along a fence. A cross and a circle. She asked the doctor if he had a book with a cross and a circle. After all, she had not yet learned the alphabet. The doctor replied that, as you would expect, gifted people are very different. How a young lady who had not yet learned the alphabet could solve riddles so perfectly, he could not understand. The title of the book was indeed a cross and a circle. This book should be the answer, but it turned out not to be that simple. There was a circle on the book, and she remembered that such a symbol was also on the shelf. It looked like someone had drawn it. She realized that it meant there were 2 circles and 1 cross. What if the cross meant plus? So we'd have to connect the 2 circles. You get a snake biting its own tail. This sign means infinity. A book called Infinity, she informed me, or something similar. The doctor pulled out a book called The Eternal Fan. The doctor reported that she had done a good job of finding it. The cross and circle was also the correct answer. He didn't think she could come up with it. The doctor reported that he had more riddles, but that they would probably end there because the Duke had run out of patience. The girl was having a lot of fun. He gave her his business card and informed her that the address of the lab was on the back of the card. He informed the girl that people like her would eventually realize how different they were. When the doctor was a child, he went through the same thing. His job was a teacher to help kids like her. If she felt lost, he advised her to come to him because the door to the lab was always open for her. She thanked him for that. The doctor informed her that the Duke was proud of her talent even if he didn't hold out any hope. Letty asked about him being able to read minds or what. And then she realized why the Duke was so excited. He was just proud of her. Cullen knocked on their door and reported that they had been there for a while and it seemed suspicious to him. The doctor reported that everything was fine. He was just giving the girl a chance to take another test. The girl confirmed the doctor's words. Duke reported that the doctor looked like a comedian, not a doctor. The girl asked her father if he was really proud of her, as Dr. Sybil reported. She added that she was also proud of her father and would always be with him. The father informed that it would be great if she started calling him Daddy from now on so that he would not feel awkward, but there was no hurry. The Duke notified the doctor that they were leaving and said that someone would come and pay for the services. The doctor waved his hand, recommending that the girl return for further discussions. He emphasized that the information from the girl was very interesting, and if she continued her research, she might find the true answer. He concluded by emphasizing that it is not just the phrase, "well done," that is important, but the process itself, which is comparable to the growth of a flower. Next riddle. Where can the real Dr. Sybil be found? She found the right answers, but not the real one. Then the whole problem was imagination. He reflected. Perhaps a little cruelty in her life would help her develop. The doctor approached and announced, "Sleep well, the real Dr. Sybil. Now let me borrow your name. I could really use it." He thought Letitia would become an amazing woman. He was looking forward to this moment. At the same time, Letitia was taking tests. The first claimed that that man over there had broken his friend's arm. The second asked him for proof. Then they began to discuss the news. They said that Percy had committed suicide because he couldn't get over his fiancée. Todd thought he was a fool because nowadays you can find a woman for every taste, and there was nothing special about her. If he found out that we touched the woman he chose, he would be angry. So he left. But that wasn't the case. Callan was there. "Well, hello there," Cullen informed him. Cullen informed him that his friend had told him about him, and here he was. I think his name was Percy. Hazel Dedeish, a pervert who covered up a woman's murder with money. There were many cases of him traumatizing girls, and 15 more left uninvestigated. Scum like him was a real gift to Cullen. Cullen was surprised he was still alive. He was sure he wouldn't be able to utter a word right now. He wanted to get to dinner already. As one would expect, food tasted better when it was still breathing. The boy didn't understand what was happening to him. He didn't know Cullen. He didn't understand why he couldn't speak. Cullen informed him that it would hurt a little, but it would pass quickly. He had lived as a demon, so he would die as a demon. Now that he has a daughter, the first thing I will do is get rid of madmen like him. I am Cullen de Levelton. Cullen told him to memorize his name. The name of the man who would kill him. It would be his last favor. He planned to have a little fun with his friends. But he suddenly changed his mind and decided to kill him first by saying hello to Percy. He summoned his snake Ball and told it to have a good meal. He remembered his daughter, who should have finished her test by now and left. Cullen and his daughter arrived at the cafe. The girl informed him that she couldn't eat that much. 1 candy bar would be enough for her. Cullen noticed that the girl always had a stern face at times like this. The girl informed him that she would take 2 after all. Cullen told them to bring all the chocolate desserts. A beautiful tray with all kinds of sweets was brought. He told her to eat quickly and wished her a good appetite. The girl's saliva flowed. The girl asked her father where he was while she was waiting for him. She reported that he looked happy, even his tie was tied differently. She asked that it was Shin's doing, since he was great at tying bows and ties. His clothes were a little wrinkled after work. He realized that the girl was smart. but he didn't understand how such a cute girl could be so smart. He told her that he met his old buddy and they exchanged a few words. She wanted to say hello to him too, but her father informed her that she wouldn't meet him because Cullen and he weren't that close. The girl informed him that adults had a lot of familiarity. Hazel's body should be gone by now. Finding a corpse won't do anything. Eventually the case will be registered as unknown cause of death. The kingdom's low rate of catching criminals is fine for now. And that suited Cullen, because he had no time to be bored in the capital. Plus, he had this girl. Cullen informed the girl that he liked her very much. Outwardly, she was very cute, mysterious, intelligent, and a little suspicious. Cullen informed the girl that he hoped every day would be like this one. But she did not understand his words and asked what kind of day was this. He replied that her very existence made the world perfect. She thanked her father for such words. She was very pleased, but his words made her a little embarrassed. Her father informed her that he would be ashamed if he could not make her happy. She wondered if Cullen had said those words to Jade. Nevertheless, she was glad that the Duke was happy. He was looking forward to the moment when baby girl would address him as Papa. It was a beautiful day for him either way. The waitress was thanking the boys and inviting them to visit the establishment again when suddenly Shin and Jade appeared behind baby girl and ordered her into the carriage. "What kind of day is it today?" The girl froze. They were passing by that alley again. No wonder she was cold. Suddenly she noticed something wrong. Her street had changed. The street she lived on. The owner of that house pretended not to notice their trash business and the warehouse where they huddled together for warmth. It was all gone. A sign shone on the front of the building, indicating that it was an orphanage where children found protection and care. At the heart of the building was a fireplace, giving coziness and warmth to the surroundings. The girl turned to her father and asked, "What is this place?" Her father explained that it was a project that she and Jade had conceived after being concerned about their friend's condition. Jade explained that when they drove past that street, the girl would start to get sad every time. That got him thinking. He wondered about ways to make it so that she no longer felt sad when she drove past this place. Cullen remarked that she was just a child and emphasized that adults were much better at understanding their children's thoughts. The father asked the girl whether or not she wanted to break the promise she had made to her friends. The girl had recently asked her father to ignore it, explaining that we often forget about those we don't see for a long time. She turned to Jade to ask why he said that. Cullen revealed that he had purchased all the houses on that street and had paid generously for them. This, he said, was to please the owners who now had the opportunity to combine all the buildings into one space. In addition, he mentioned that in the winter, only children could enter this space to keep warm. A little girl expressed her gratitude to her father for this. Cullen emphasized that being called Daddy was more important to him than receiving words of thanks. He asserted that it was the most meaningful thing to him. In contrast, Jade preferred to be addressed by his first name or his brother's first name. The girl wasn't used to calling Cullen Daddy. It was something new and unfamiliar to her. She could leave this family at any time and expect him to support her as her real father. Perhaps she had her own expectations and demands for that relationship. But now, out of the blue, she had hugged Cullen and finally called him Dad. It was an important and instantaneous turn in their relationship. Afterward, she hugged Jade, thanked him, and called him Big Brother, adding that this was the happiest day of her life, and she never thought she would experience the greatest joy in the world. She reported that she was very happy to have such a daddy and big brother. Jade asked her not to forget the words she'd said. They might have been a little scary, but they made her feel good. She wanted to become a member of their family. Jade informed her that they didn't care if she lived as Le or Letitia. He just asked her to try to put out of her mind all the bad thoughts she had experienced living on that street. Cyan reported that this house would carry a piece of her name, Le, that she would always be able to keep the kids warm. Jade reported that he'd been looking for Walter, but hadn't been able to find him, and that they'd said he'd left town not too long ago. The girl was upset and wondered where he might have gone. Had he found work elsewhere, or was he now living downtown? Jade asked if he should look for him. She replied that if that was what Walter wanted to do, she shouldn't worry because wherever he was, he would be fine. She knew that Walter should have died at William's hands. But fate had chosen a different path for him. She wished for him, though she would never meet him again, that his life would be better than his current one. That day she found a new home, and the cold winter days were over. Some lad was reading a newspaper, and it told of a string of deaths of young noblemen from unknown causes. Kangin de Rubel was one of those who tormented Elise. The guy asks, "Is he the third after Hazel? Is this the Duke's doing?" That's exactly what the two guys were discussing. They were the same twins. The first one says they can only speculate. And if you think about it, the doctor and the Duke are somewhat alike. The second reported that maybe it was because they didn't look like humans. The first wasn't sure, but it seemed to him that they had the same energy. Even when they did incredible things, their eyes didn't blink. The first informed him that he wouldn't be surprised if Lady Letitia was all right. The second also informed him to stop talking about the girl. They even left her a flower. Whether she could see it, they doubted. The second one informed him that he agrees she saved their lives. He still keeps in his head what would have happened to them if it wasn't for her. They were not allowed to tell the girl about the doctor. The other reported that they didn't plan to kill Percy, the doctor did, and he knows the right way to approach such matters. If he only knew, he would have killed a long time ago, he shouted. Dr. Siebel approaches the boy, introduces himself to him, and tells him that he often comes to the academy for work. The doctor pointed to Percy and asked the boy if he was the one who caused their sister's pain and death. The doctor offered his condolences, saying that he understood their feelings perfectly and suggested that they were probably very worried. He asked if he could help them in avenging Percy. Percy readily agreed to Dr. Siebel's plan, falling for his tricks. However, the Duke and Letitia intervened, interrupting the flow of events. Lyanna and Liddy's plan failed, and they had to confess to the doctor that Letitia had guessed their involvement. In response, the Duke let them go free. Without uttering a word, he ordered them to bring the flower. Their release was contingent upon the fulfillment of this unusual task of delivering the flower. However, instead of the promised red flower, the brothers left a blue rose as a sign of apology, gratitude, and warning to Letitia. The blue rose was a symbol of their regret and gratitude to Letitia, as well as a reminder of possible danger. In explaining their actions, the brothers admitted that they had already violated the doctor's instructions by not delivering the red flower. Lyon wanted to warn the young lady that the doctor knew about her. Lyon told his brother that he was the one who gave their sister away, and now they were in danger. If the Duke found out the truth, he would punish them. The brother admitted his guilt and offered to leave the scene immediately as if nothing had happened. The other brother was speechless and didn't know what to say. He only pointed out that this was the last train and asked his brother to hurry up. He then asked Lyon why he was not moving from his seat and what he was looking at. However, Lyon did not understand his question. The brother's attention was drawn to some person who was communicating with the doctor. This man turned out to be the doctor who was apologizing to another man for an unfortunate incident where he didn't notice him and hit him. The twin brother reminded Lyon that it was time to leave. Suddenly, the doctor approached them and asked where they were going. He was surprised to see them here and thought they were probably going to the train. The doctor asked the twin brothers why they were going to leave without saying goodbye. He was upset about it. Lyon explained to the doctor that because of their own carelessness, they had failed to say goodbye to him. He expressed his regrets, to which the doctor advised him not to worry about it. As it turned out, Letitia is a pretty smart girl. Fate is fate, after all. He told her that he had recently opened a laboratory and Lady Letitia had come to see him. He was so happy to meet her, even if only once. She was someone whose future he looked forward to. Lyon asked the doctor if he had done nothing to her. The doctor replied that of course not. He informed him that valuable things should be handled carefully if you want to get them in the future. This girl was perfect for him. It was the first time he had ever seen someone like her. He called her innocent, intelligent, and beautiful. The doctor also reminded them of the punishment, to which the brothers were very surprised. The doctor informed them that they had a deal. He noted that he did not expect a reward for Percy's murder, and made a different request in return. His request was to commit the crime unnoticed by the police and to leave red flowers at the scene of the crime. However, the brothers were unable to fulfill his last order, proving themselves incapable of the task. The doctor asked Lion if he had said that the only way out was always to bring the crime to an end. In response, the doctor emphasized that there was no point in continuing the action if they were exposed, and warned that they had fallen into the Duke's trap, and it was time to be punished for their misdeeds. The twin brother came in and said they had to hurry to catch the train. The doctor asked where they were going, to Shenxiak in the north or somewhere else. They replied that they were going west, as they had heard about the possibility of finding work there. The doctor found this strange and asked why the ticket indicated the opposite direction. Lion took the ticket and checked it to make sure the direction was correct. Suddenly, people started yelling and reporting the fire, attracting the attention of the people around them. The reports went viral, saying there was a fire on the train, which was apparently the same one the twin brothers were supposed to board. A station official ordered everyone to leave the platform immediately. The twin brothers realized that they did not have tickets and asked the doctor to return them. The doctor handed them the tickets and assured them that this would be done. Suddenly, however, he warned that they would pay for it with their lives, bidding them farewell and adding that he would gladly dispose of the garbage. He expressed his deep gratitude to his brothers for knowing Lidisha, assuring them that he would treat her with the greatest respect and asked them not to worry. The Duke replied in the same manner as before. The doctor announced that out of respect for them, he would let them die without agony. Their lives were ended. The explosion on the train at once attracted the attention of the metropolitan newspapers. The fire, which originated in the freight compartment from an unknown cause, was quickly extinguished, but the next day another terrible event occurred. All this horror was noticed by a passing boy. 2 brothers died at the same time, and blue roses were found in their mouths. Jade had read in the article that the corpses had closed eyes that looked like they were asleep, and their heads were pressed together like Siamese twins with blue roses coming out of their bodies. It was described in the newspaper. Cullen mentioned that they were twins, but did not reveal their identities. However, according to his interlocutor in the newsroom, their names turned out to be Lion and Lidine. Jade felt regret over their deaths and expressed his desire to avenge his little sister and find happiness. Shin asked Jade if he really thought it was possible for a murderer to be happy. In response, Jade said that he had never pondered that. Jade wasn't completely sure, but the last days of his life had become even more beautiful, all thanks to his father. He shared with Shihen that he felt an indescribable joy when he saw his little sister wherever she was. He eagerly wished that she could feel what happiness felt like too. Cullen noted that although Jade was his son, he couldn't always anticipate his thoughts. In response, Jade stated that it was because Cullen was his father. Jade reported that he loves Ledisha very much and has been feeling happy the past few days. He informed his father that he can stop pretending to care about him, for he does not like it. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Shihen. Jade informed Shihen that he had repeatedly told him that he should be as quiet as furniture during their conversation. The Duke ordered Shihen to get the paper out of Letitia's sight. He knew that if she found out what had happened to Lion, she would cry hard, and that was a fact. Shihen informed him that he would do his best. The Duke had reported that it would soon be forgotten. That's what he thought, and he added that there are often gruesome murders in the capital. Shin asked the Duke what had upset him so much. To the Duke, the whole thing was very strange. He had the feeling that he was being challenged. Although no red flowers had been found so far, he kept seeing someone's shadow. He reported that among the other twins, the ones he had saved had been killed, and they were killed in an unusual way. Maybe the souls of those he had killed had decided to take revenge on him. It all seemed very strange to him. Shen told the Duke that he was exaggerating. He told him to take care of Letitia for now, that he shouldn't let her be alone. If Marian wanted to see her, she should be happy to come to their house. And so winter came. The little girl spent all her time at home. All entertainment was now here. Cullen and Jade were still busy, and Shin reported that she couldn't go outside and be alone. She asked him if she could go outside, but the servant replied that it was cold outside, and she went for a walk in the morning. If she went outside again, she might catch cold. She reported that the sun had not yet set and asked to walk a little more, just a little. The butler allowed it, but only a little. The girl screamed with joy and promised to walk a little more. The butler noticed that the girl ran out without a finger and ordered her to put it on because she would freeze to death. But she informed him that if she wore a lot of clothes, she would look like a snowman. The butler, in turn, informed her that a warm snowman was much better than a frozen mistress. The girl went for a walk, the servants followed her. Suddenly her balloon pricked. The servant said he would pick it up himself and ordered the girl not to go after it. But the girl asked to wait just a minute. She blinked back and forth. Suddenly she noticed something wrong. It was a blue rose. The girl thought, for the season of blue roses was already over. Who could have put it there? Maybe Lion, the girl thought. Suddenly the servants called her back, and she ran to them. The murder case at the academy was closed. The girl was lying on the floor and drawing something. A servant came up to her and asked what she was drawing. He thought she was drawing mansions. She replied that they were mansions, and that was her homework. He asked what color would be in the picture. She replied that it would be blue. He realized that then it would be day in the drawing and not night. The servant informed the girl that she was already good at drawing. The Duke especially liked the palace. He asked if she would show him the drawing when she finished it. She replied that she would not show it because Papa was good at drawing and playing musical instruments, and if he had seen the horror, he would have laughed. But the butler reported that even clumsy she looked very cute. Little Kaka informed Shin that he often talks like Daddy, and the latter replied to Baby Kaka that he only says so because he likes her adorable drawing. Baby Shaka informed Shin that he has a lot of work to do and he has time to play with her as well. He informs her that looking after his mistress is one of his most important duties. Instead of Cullen, Shin is running the mansion. It's not his job to check on her assignments. The girl informed him that if he suddenly stayed here, Hertzum might scold her, since it was not his job to entertain her. But Cheng informed that the opposite was true. If his lordship and the young master found out that he had entertained during their absence, he would not be well. But all he was doing was taking care of little Sheng, and they might misunderstand and get angry. Baby asked the butler why he thought they wouldn't be happy about it. He answered that they are very jealous, and get very attached to the ones they love. The little girl sighed. The servant asked the girl if this was her only homework for the day. She replied that she still had to read and write a poem. He informed her that it was a lot. She replied that it is easy for someone to write a poem, but not her. She doesn't want to devote her whole life to composing and coloring. It won't do any good. She wondered why exactly nobles learned to write poetry. She informed Butler that she really didn't understand how to write them, what intonation was, and so on. He replied that he too had to learn them in order to compose poems freely. He added that if she doesn't know what intonation should be, he advised her to use sounds she hears every day or objects she likes. Most importantly, she should control the unexpanded pronunciation she was taught. She reported that the items she likes are sweets. She asked if it could be chocolate cake. He called it a good example and reported that the poem about the amazing sweetness of chocolate cake sounds very appealing. She asked Chen if he went to school when he was 6 years old. He divulged his story. He was from a temple orphanage. Luckily, he took educational courses given to him by the priests. He also had to study ancient literature and songs. The girl wondered if this was the highest level of knowledge. She had heard that it didn't take much study to become a butler. She informed Shin that she could see that he knew too much. He took it as a compliment and thanked her. He asked if those were all her assignments. She added that there was one more book left to read. They informed that she doesn't need to learn table manners. Shin asked the girl if she was good at reading children's books, and she asked him if he had read all the children's stories. He replied that the priests were not interested in magicians, and so he had not had a chance to read them. It seemed to the girl that Shin had become very sad when it came to the temple. She hardly thought so, though. He offered to help her with the reading, but she declined, saying she was good at reading things aloud. The girl suggested to Shin that since he wasn't reading a book, maybe he would enjoy listening to her read. He stared at her. The little girl asked him what was wrong with him. He thanked her for her suggestion. He wondered what would happen to him if the Duke and the young master caught him. Babe asked Shin if he could be scolded for helping her with her homework. He simply replied that it wasn't a big deal in principle. He looked at the cover of the book. It said on it that it was a fairy tale about a bad wizard and a good wizard, the most famous children's fairy tale in the empire. The girl said that the teacher had informed her that she should definitely read it. Something about it was very suspicious. He reported that it was about a principality. Principality? She asked him again. It seemed the teacher had already told her that. She asked if one of them was a dark wizard. He answered that he was. She informed him that a bad mage couldn't be from a duke's family, to which he replied that a duke does more good than harm. First of all, the legend of the good magician is the legend of the duchy. In other words, a good wizard in a fairy tale is like the beginning of a new one. Here's how. Once upon a time in one empire, there lived a very bad wizard and a good wizard. The ancient sorcerers who generously used magic stones were stronger than the existing ones. However, the bad mages, who loved themselves, harmed ordinary people by using magic. Gathering all their strength, the people of Emeria turned against the bad mages to make them pay for their sins. There were some good ones among them. A dark mage named Luvelton stood against all the good ones. Eventually, they split into two sides and fought each other to the last. This war, also known as the War of Retaliation, was epic. In the end, the empire won thanks to the help of the good mages, and the bad ones were executed. Only the good mages ended up on the left side. By order of His Majesty, to protect ordinary citizens, good wizards began to hide their power and use it only for good purposes. The families of good wizards were friends of the empire. The bad wizards died and were buried. End of story. Butler reported that she was reading perfectly. She could now read smoothly and without stopping. The girl was glad of that herself. He reported that the story was familiar enough, but hearing it as a fairy tale was even more enjoyable. He thanked her. He reported that he now had the opportunity to learn something new. He was insanely grateful to the girl. She had never received compliments in her life, but in this house she always heard them. Whether it was compliments or warmth that warmed her heart. She was thanking Shin for that. This story seemed very strange to the girl. She asked Shin if he thought the story was strange. He replied that he thought so too. Everyone unanimously reported that the story was cruel. But after all, many mages died anyway. If you think about it, it could have been made more sweet. Is the story true? The girl asked. He replied that everything was true. The Duke was the first mage to stand up for the people. That's why he has such prestige. In those days, family status was determined by who first sided with the kings, she thought, but that's not true. It's just that the Duke belongs to a symbolic family. Currently, he provides the empire with considerable magical power. In addition, the Duke can produce, sell, and import some goods. These capabilities are unique to him because they are closely related to other rights and capabilities, so the royal family can't take them away. Now the little girl understood why Daddy was so rich. The butler announced that it was time to prepare dinner. He saw him and informed him that it was time for him to go to the kitchen. The girl asked what kind of dessert he was going to make tonight. He replied that it was going to be chocolate cake. The little girl was delighted. She wondered if she should try writing a poem again. She kept thinking and thinking. What could she come up with? And she thought and thought. Her face was magic. The baby was crying. Suddenly her father came in. She said hello to him. "Hello, baby," he informed her. The baby seemed lighter and lighter to him. When would she gain weight and get a little bigger? Babe reported that she was already gaining. Whenever Marion hugged her, she said she was getting heavier. Her father tells the baby that he will have to measure her height after all. He says in the time she's lived here, has she grown even an inch? He hasn't noticed. Besides, the Duke wishes the girl would always stay this small. The girl asked him if he really wanted her to always stay that way and why. He replied that he was fine with that, like a chick unable to fly out of the nest. He warned her that dinner would be ready soon and it was time to go to dinner. In the meantime, she could change her clothes and go downstairs. The girl went to change her clothes. Duke noticed Shin and called out to him. Shin looked strange. Duke asked him what happened to him. He suddenly jumped up and informed the Duke that he was fine, but nothing was written on his face. Cullen noticed that something was wrong with him, but he didn't realize it. Normally, he looked like a statue. For some reason, everything seemed suspicious to him, and he asked to see. Shin informed the Duke that he just wanted to return his mistress' homework. He asked Shin what other homework, and then Duke remembered the tutor who was giving the girl her homework. Herzog asked Shin if he had time to watch it yet. Shin replied that why would he need to look at her homework? He informed that it was on the pillow. He tried not to look at it. Duke took his hand and ordered him to show it. Suddenly Jade came up and asked his father where his sister was, and they began to watch the little girl's homework, which was a poem. The sound of the wheels I like. The sound of Daddy coming home. The sound of banging, banging, banging. I like the sound of Jade calling out to play. The creaking. The creak of the dishes being washed by Seong. The sound of a quick and delicious meal. But most of all, I like the sound of delicious, delicious cake. Jade, after looking at the little girl's homework, reported that he was about to lose his mind. He found even more word mistakes. Her father, on the other hand, reported that she was writing in large and incomprehensible letters. Her father reported that, as expected, the genius talent simply had to be discovered. He reported that he would invite scholars to analyze the verse. Shun thought that the Duke had gone too far. Jade reported that the good thing about the poem was that she tried to keep the lines rhythmic. Except that the last line about the cake didn't seem very good to him. Jade realized that the girl had wanted to write it that way because she wanted to finish her homework. Shin asked Jade and Cullen not to tell the girl that they had seen her poem, but they ignored the request. Cullen informed her that he should keep it as a memento, and Jade suggested finding a frame to start with. Jade asked her father if a man was capable of writing such a lovely poem. He found the girl's handwriting very charming. Cullen informed him that even a fairy herself couldn't be that charming, so Letitia was definitely not human. Shin wondered whether this conversation was going for better or worse, but he didn't understand which yet. Jade suggested using a magic spell to preserve the creation. Cullen reported that it was an excellent idea, and it was decided to preserve a rather valuable poem. Cool. Cullen reported that having solved the problem, they would now discuss Shin's tactless behavior. Shin started to get worried after these words of Cullen. He informed that he hadn't really followed the poem. Cullen replied that that was not the point. The point is that he is present in the poem, which shows that he is unprincipled. There is something that kept Cullen on his toes. Shin asked if the chocolate cake was the reason they were criticizing him. Jade asked his father why he was at the top of the list, since Jade was with Letitia the most, playing and spending time with her. Cullen replied to his son that it was simply because he was the head of the family. Shin reported that even though he was mentioned in the third stanza, he was honored. By the way, he should return Letitia's homework because the mistress would be furious if she found out about it. Jade advised Xing not to worry about it. After all, what reason would there be for her anger? Cullen said that they would make a copy of her masterpiece and send it to all her relatives to write positive reviews about it. Even publishing her poem in the newspaper would be completely unfair, as a memento of her virginity, informed her father. Shin, however, informed them that if they did so, Letitia would resent them even when she grew up. In addition, if others read her poem, Shin believed that she would be very upset. Jade informs her father that Shin is right. Only the family should know about this masterpiece, Jade thought. Jade informed him that he would praise his sister for her efforts. Shin counseled Jade not to overdo it. They pondered that if they started praising her so early, they might hinder her. After all, her talent for writing poetry had only just begun to germinate. In the end, Shin still managed to convince them. Shin thought about the fact that if they found out about Madame's diary, they would definitely try to publish everything she drew. He was sure of it. Shin definitely should have kept their reading today a secret. A few days later, Letitia was very angry. The butler asked the girl what was wrong. Why was she yelling like that? He thought she didn't like the food. But the girl replied that she didn't like her father and younger brother. The father informed the girl that it couldn't be like that she must have meant something else. He pointed his finger at Shin and informed her that it was all his fault. After all, he was the one who had read her poem. The girl asked him why he was blaming Shin for everything. She thought that he would never do such a thing. Jade apologized to his sister and said that it was all his father's fault. The girl had nothing to add. She said she'd had enough and left. She said she was going to get some fresh air. She couldn't believe they could read her homework. A poem from her homework. She begged to be allowed to die. Our little girl was upset. The girl realized that Cullen and Jade had secretly seen her homework. Jade suggested that the girl learn it. Cullen, on the other hand, declared that from now on chocolate cake would be the main dessert in their house. The girl began to scream. She reported that she knew about it and that she shouldn't have left her homework there. But shouldn't they apologize to her for reading her poem without permission? She was glad that chocolate cake was on the menu from today. She indicated that she would leave when Cullen and Jade had eaten dinner. Her father knocked on the door and asked her to open it. She opened the door with a stubborn face and listened to what he said. Her father informed her that he had something important for her. The girl did not know what to answer. She was very sad. The father informed her that it was about something she was very fond of. The girl looked and wondered what it could be. Are they going somewhere? Could it be a picnic or a circus? What if it was true? What if Cullen changed his mind because of her stubbornness? He'd told her about the school. She was shocked. She asked him to wait. He held the door open, and that made her angry. She asked him what was wrong, and he replied that he wanted to send her to a private school, but she needed to talk to a doctor. The girl asked her father what about the semester. After all, enrollment for classes hadn't started yet. He informed her that there is always a way out. It might take some time because they don't just give permission. He thought his daughter was smart enough to write fast, and if she went to school, she could learn a lot more about everything in the world. It would be great to study for a nobleman. The girl realized that such a school must be very expensive. But if she missed such an opportunity, Cullen might take offense at her. Suddenly, he informed her that if she didn't want to go, she didn't have to. The girl did not ponder over the answer, but asked when she would go to school. Cullen informed his daughter that it was up to her. This semester was almost over, and she could go there for 2 months and then decide what to do next year. The girl informed him that that was fine. She suddenly had a change of heart. Daddy obviously didn't expect that, and added that if Daddy didn't apologize for the poem, she wasn't going anywhere. What a sweetheart she is. He said he'd never apologize to anyone in his life. She suddenly realized she was in a hurry. She had become too bold after her father had informed her that he would take her anywhere. However, she would have to learn to do that to keep the most precious young miss in the universe happy. "Forgive me, baby girl," her father informed her. The girl asked her father, "He's not apologizing for getting involved, is he?" The father informed the princess that he was her daddy after all, and he was certainly interested in her every move. He informed her that he would ask her permission next time like a gentleman. She agreed. That's very nice. He asked the girl if she loved him, to which she replied simply she does. Of course she does. That's the girl who won Cullen's heart. She asked if there were any of her peers at school. The girl started trying on outfits. Marian informed her that it was all wrong and asked the servants to bring other clothes. Marian asked the servants, why is she wearing a white dress? Do they think she's a saint or something? It's like she came from the temple, she reported. The girl wondered what she was saying about the temple while she herself was serving in it. Marian reported that she knew this would happen. It's a wonderful decision, she reported. She also said that the girl was going to school for the first time, so she asked the servants to dress her properly. She looked at the girl and her dress and couldn't get enough of it. She was in complete awe of the girl's beauty. Marian informed the girl that she was gorgeous. The maid informed her that she would weave ribbons into the girl's braids. Marian informed her that if she looked like a child, her school friends would look down on her. She asked the maid to add some volume. Marian informed that they would do without ribbons this time. Instead, a ribbon with a stone would do. Marian placed the stone on the baby and informed her that it would be much better that way. Cullen asked what was taking so long. He added that the girl had to look attractive. After all, it was time for the children of high society to know that his daughter was the prettiest. Marian informed Cullen that he didn't understand anything. After all, children at that age are too sensitive. She informed him that it was not a good idea to wear brightly colored clothes on the first day of school. The little girl liked the outfit Marian had chosen. She informed him that she would go in whatever Marian dressed her in because she always looked beautiful. Cullen didn't know if he was being listened to or not. Marian informed that the girl always says such wonderful things. How does she manage to live in such a crazy house? She thinks she's insanely cute. Jade informed Marian to stop kissing his sister or she would leave with a red cheek. Marian advised the girl to be sure to make friends at school. The girl was madly eager to make new acquaintances. The princess's only friend was Walter. She wondered how he was doing and where he was now. It seemed to her that she owed him a lot. Marian was curious about what was going on at school. She had heard that many children went to the regular school. She thought it would be very different from what she had imagined. The noble school is a prestigious school where all the children of the nobles go, Marian informed her. Marian asked her brother, that is Cullen, what is the name of the school? He replied that it was called Madame Paulin's Noble School. The sister asked Cullen how he managed to get a permit. She thought that something had to be sacrificed to get it. He reported that it was just connections. Right. Marian asked him if it was that great, because she was worried. She wondered what kind of school it was, good or not. The little girl figured it out. She realized that the school was very famous. Just great, she thought. Look at the child. She's so cute. Cullen announced that it was time to leave. She said goodbye to everyone, to the butler, to her older brother, and they left. The little girl asked Marian how many people are in this academy. Marian answered that about 30-40 or more. The little girl asked why so many. She informed that it is the whole school or just one class. Marian informed that the tuition there is quite expensive and the family background is strictly regulated. Babe asked her father if she could get used to the place. Marian couldn't understand why the girl was so worried about it. Marian informed Cullen that she understood that he wanted to do the best for his daughter, but there were other, more suitable schools. Cullen asked Marian why he should look for something else when they had already found a prestigious school. He added that his daughter was smart and deserved better. He didn't understand her at all. The girl asked if it was true that studying was difficult. Marian told her that no, you don't have to worry about that. She added that the teachers would find certain ways to teach her. But the girl did not understand what methods she was talking about. Marian informed her that many of the students at this school were, well, from royal or similar families, so there was nothing to worry about. They entered the school. They were already waiting on the doorstep. Madame Pauline greeted the Duke very warmly as he did her. He informed her that he would be honest with her and confident in his daughter. He informed her that his daughter was the best and most intelligent. He informed Madame that he hoped her daughter would be treated well and properly. Madame Pauline reported that the rumors about him do not lie. She noticed that Cullen had changed. Madame asked the Duke if he really wants to have custody of a little girl. He replied to Pauline that he just wanted her to be cared for discreetly. He expressed his hope that she would understand. The girl said hello, bowed, said she was pleased to meet him, and informed him that she was the Duke of Cullen's daughter and her name was Letitia. Madame Pauline reported that the lady before her was a sweet and lovely lady. Madame hopes that she will find common ground with the students. The young lady's teacher will be assigned today. Madame informed Letitia that for now she can go to the classroom and meet the other students. She added that she was honored to meet the saint, even if only for a short time. Marian reported that she too was happy to see someone from a noble family after a long break. She thanked Madame Pauline for the invitation. Madame informed Marian that she should be sure to be sure. She promised to take good care of the young lady. So this is what a noble woman looks like, the girl thought. Marian asked the girl if she noticed that the woman was a man. The girl was horrified. Madame Pauline pointed to the door and informed her that she would show the girl to the rest of the students. Her family indicated that in that case they would go and pick up the girl a little later. They hugged the girl, kissed her, wished her good luck, and left. Madame Pauline informed the girl that her peers were in the classroom they were going to. If all went well, she would continue to study with them until graduation. The girl was happy to hear this. She was happy to know that children like her would be going to school with her. But she also thought about the fact that they would be different from her old friends, but she hoped to the last that she would make friends with them. They entered the classroom to the other students. Madame Pauline introduced our girl. She informed the class that they had a new classmate. She added that this girl was from a family of dukes. The girl welcomed everyone and informed them that her name is Letitia, and she is the daughter of Duke Cullen Levelton. The student informed that while there was no class, they could have tea with each other. A classmate approached the girl and asked if it was true that she was the Duke's adopted daughter. The girl replied that it was true. She introduced herself as Lavin. I didn't like this girl from the first minute. The girl informed Lavin that it was a pleasure to meet her. She heard silence in response. Lavin asked the princess if he knew what class she was currently in. She replied that it was a class for noble children between the ages of 8 and 14. Lavin wasn't sure, but most of the class is royalty. Half of half means that there are only 2 people here from the royal family. Lavin asked why a child like Letitia was here. Letitia replied that the adults, her family, particularly her father, decided so. She informed that if she was interested, she could ask them herself. Lavin clearly didn't like our girl. She seemed very angry. Lavin informed that in that case, if the Duke brought the girl to them, they would not kick her out, even with their power. But she asked me to clarify one thing. She informed me that they are the future of this world, and unlike her, they have noble blood. The girl looked upset. I felt sorry for her. She thought to herself that if you think about it, the kids on the streets are just as evil. There's just something wrong with them. The girl informed Lavin that in that case, if they are the future of this world, that sounds wonderful. Lavin replied, yes, wonderful. In fact, she wanted to tell little Kaka something more interesting. They had decided to put on a play at the royal palace for the annual feast. Baby Chaka heard this and was very interested in what she would say next. Lavin informed Letitia that she had no idea how serious it was. Everyone who plays major roles in the play is successful in society. That's what her mother had told her. And then the girl realized that this is exactly what mother's advice looks like. Lavin informed her that since she came to them late, she would no longer be able to give her a role to play at the festival. Also, she doesn't know if she will be able to read with this education. Babby immediately realized that Lavin was afraid that Letitia might take the lead. In any case, she knew nothing about it and was no longer interested. She informed Lavin that she would not be participating in the play. Lavin asked Lidisha what she would be doing all this time while others were rehearsing. She reflected that she had read quite a few books in her previous life, and it had done her good. She suggested something more interesting to Lavin. She asked if she could write a screenplay. It was the perfect peace strategy, it seemed to me. Our girl is good. Script editor? Lavin asked. Just then some girl came up and asked who it was. Lavin quickly covered the girl's mouth and told her to shut up immediately. Otherwise, Lidisha might think she was uneducated. By the way, the girl's name was Angel. The girl took out her text and told them to look at the lines she had written. The girl began to read the lines. "You are like lavender in May, you are like a rose goddess." The girl added that it sounded a little strange and it would be hard to memorize them. She suggested making it a little simpler. The children asked how she wanted to change them. She came up with this idea: "You are much prettier than flowers, my feelings for you are brighter than all the roses." She asked if it could be done that way. The line was from a little girl's novel she had read sometime in a past life. Lavin called her interpretation. Angel asked the girl what it meant. Lavin informed her that she didn't know herself, but she had heard that all the students at this academy were capable of it. She explained that our girl had remade the classics in a modern way. The girl honestly disclosed that she had recently been labeled a prodigy because of her ability with languages. She is not interested in doing plays at all, but if they need an editor, she informed that they can contact her. She also added that they need someone to oversee the whole process. Lavin knew right away that the girl wanted to be the theatrical consultant for their play, and he's more responsible than the actors. They needed to talk it over, so they went to discuss it with other students. They talked about her being a prodigy. One girl in the class reported that she had never seen people like that before. So she's really smart, they thought. They thought this was very serious. This commoner was invading their space, and they didn't like it. But she seemed nice and kind, and they appreciated that. One girl in the class asked Lavin what she was going to do about the little girl's looks. "Are you out of your mind?" yelled Lavin and covered her mouth. Some girl yelled at Lavin that it was all about her. After all, Lavin informed, our girl should be kicked out. Even if she is the daughter of a duke, the girl will forever be a commoner. Lavin shouted in her defense that it wasn't her fault, because others thought so too, that our girl should be kicked out. The girl turned to them and informed them that she could hear perfectly well what they were saying. What a twist! Lavin shouted that they too were saying they would lose their status if they played with her. So why are they all blaming her now? The second girl informed Lavin to cut the crap. She reminded her of Lady Rose, who was dumped by the Duke because of her adopted daughter. Then this girl remembered that it was Lady Rose's secret and asked her not to tell anyone. Baby, meanwhile, realized how stupid these girls were. Babe heard everything they were talking about, and meanwhile the girls were in shock. Levine yelled that she had dreamed the whole thing. She added that she had recently learned something about herself at the ball. Unfortunately, she was not allowed to divulge the name of the person. She reported that there was talk that the girl had manipulated the Duke into insulting the noble ladies. Levine added that according to him, she is a very bad person. Who is this person whose name should not be divulged? Did Lady Rose by any chance want to sell her to a circus group? A very tactless person. Whispering to the children and spreading all sorts of rumors about her. This man graduated from high school. They will always be loyal to the students of their academy. Lavin informed that this is why they need to talk things out. The girl informed that let them do what they want, she doesn't care. Looks like she will have a hard time making high-status friends, the girl thought. She was already beginning to doubt her father's decision, who thought she would do well here. She doubted that she would get an education at this school. She didn't know if they even had classes. It was one thing or another. Tea party, prom, festival, and the like. Lavin turned to the girl and informed her that they had already decided everything. As everyone already knows, she is the Duke's adored daughter. She informed that, frankly, it was insulting for them to have a relationship with such a babe. The babe is well aware that she can't replace the Duke's own daughter. Lavin has informed Our Lady that if she does as they say, then so be it, they will allow her to join their circle. Do as you say. The girl hesitated. Some girl announced that there would be a pet walk today in Central Park at the greenhouse. She asked our girl if she had a pet and what kind of pet. The girl replied that she did not have a pet. Lavin informed her that if that was the case, she was not allowed to have one. If she had even the slightest pet, they would not invite her anyway, so they informed her not to get her hopes up. Lavin informed her that there would be a ball next week, and then they had an opera planned. Until they recognized the girl as their friend, any event would be held without her participation. She felt very uncomfortable. I can understand that. Lavin told her not to get upset. If she follows their orders this month, she might be joining them. Lavin informed her that it would be really great if little Kaka liked all the girls in the class. These rules were too weird for Babe, being the one who comes to class first and leaves last. To write sincere letters and give gifts to her close friends, and also not to refuse their requests. She asked Lavin if she thought this was normal. Lavin replied that it is normal for her, for a child like Letitia, to make new friends. It's a kind of status enhancement. She asked her if that was the case. But our girl got very angry. She didn't like such rules. She knew these kids were older than her, so they must be 10 years old. What are they even doing to talk like that? She didn't understand. Letitia wondered if she could join them after so much attention. Lavin replied that she should be glad because that was an offer she didn't make to everyone. The girl realized that she just had to be patient. She must not let herself be broken. This she realized all too well. Despite such a tempting offer, the girl would probably refuse. Playing at home with her little brother would be much more interesting to her. Lavin asked the girl what she meant. Letitia replied that if it was a test of friendship for friendship's sake, it would go nowhere. She doesn't want to become someone's servant. She took that back. Lavin reported that she had been kind to her. Lavin replied that, predictably, common people don't know what manners are. Following Letitia, they shouted that she was arrogant. The girl realized that everything was repeating itself. Getting along with such people was definitely not her type. Lady Letitia was told that the Duke or father had come to fetch her. The girl looked up with a look of distress. It was evident that she was being bullied here. The children looked out the window at our boys. They seemed to be very interested. Aristocratic families are so strange. She thanked her father for coming to get her. He asked the girl how she was doing in school. She didn't tell him the truth and replied that she was having fun. Apparently, she was embarrassed to tell the truth. The Duke asked Letitia if she had made friends with the class. She answered him that she was just walking around the school today. He asked why that was so. Was that all she was doing? He wanted to know. She replied that they had a tea party. He asked if she enjoyed it. She replied that she had enjoyed it, and she had talked a lot with her new friends. It seemed to him that she was not telling him something. He reported that she felt like she was about to cry. She didn't know what to say to her father. Instead of being a worthy daughter of the Duke, she had become the laughing stock of her classmates, and their statuses were very different. She thought that the Duke would think that she had just come to school for the first time and had already managed to ruin everything. She was very afraid of that and worried, so she simply informed her father that everything was fine. He asked his daughter to tell the truth, whatever it was. He asked her what really happened. He asked her to be a good girl. She briefly told him that she had been informed not to come to the Saturday assembly. She added that her classmates were going to play together even outside of school. After these words, Duke hesitated. She informed that she had some kind of problem. People come to this meeting with their pets. Duke was surprised. She reported that people should come to this meeting with pets, such as dogs or cats. They go for walks together and have tea in the garden. But the little girl did not have a pet, and now she is not ready to have one. She reported that everything will be fine and she will not be upset if she is not at this meeting. This Saturday, she reported that she would rather spend time with her family. She knew her father was a very busy man, so she asked about his plans for this Saturday. He replied that he wouldn't be too busy and asked how about combining the two cases. But the girl didn't understand what he was talking about. He informed that she could meet her friends and spend time with her family. After all, it was such a long day. He also informed his girl that he forgot to tell her that he had a pet. The girl didn't know that and informed him that she had never even seen him. He reported that he lived in the woods, and then she remembered the words of the butler who had told her never to go near the forest. It was one of the forbidden places Shin had told her about. He decided to lend the girl his pet so she could take a walk. He informed her not to worry because it's quite normal for dukes to come to a meeting uninvited, and everyone wants to get to know them better and sometimes even touch a duke or his family. He informed her that these people are overwhelmed with emotion and they cry. That's how the world works. If she went, everyone would be grateful to her. The girl wondered if Jade or Cullen had ever cried. The girl asked her father if it was an animal, if it crawled on 4 legs or what. He replied that it was a very cute animal. Then the girl realized it was okay, she hoped. She was afraid he might have caught some wild animal, but she really hoped he hadn't. Time flew by quickly and Saturday came. The girl was shocked to have this pet in their house. She didn't understand if it was possible to keep such a creature in the capital. Jade informed the girl that everything that belongs to her father belongs to her too. So he asked her to stop worrying and take this pet to the meeting. His name is Fifi. He informed that if you call his name and touch his fur, he will calm down. Shin informed that there were others in case she didn't like this pet. The girl was interested in the other pets as well. Apart from the ones that got hurt in the water, there is also an elephant that was gifted and brought from another continent. True, he gave him to a zoo, but she can take him from there. He's such a cutie. Baby decided to be quiet. Shin informed Baby not to worry because Fifi doesn't bite. She informed him that she wasn't afraid of him. She was having some kind of déjà vu. Shin told the girl to hurry up and asked her to get into the carriage or else she would be late. The girl asked Shin how he manages to remain calm. Jade walked out and turned to Letitia. He already knew that she had heard about everything. But the girl didn't understand what he was talking about. She saw his clothes and didn't understand what was going on. She didn't understand what was happening to the 3 of them. She knew it was bad, that her classmates were overpraising her, but she didn't get upset. She didn't know what to make of this encounter. Her older brother had offered to accompany her, but the girl couldn't figure out exactly what occasion this applied to. Her brother thought that his presence would be helpful when she was getting to know her classmates, as boys with a small age difference could help in such situations. During the meeting, the boys just talked quietly among themselves. Recently at the prom, her mom stated that when the girl grows up, she will inherit it all. And then our girl shows up with a tiger. They were definitely not expecting this. They started screaming and running away, begging for help, begging to be saved. Especially Levin was not clear what was happening. The little girl told him that her daddy had lent her his pet named Fifi, which he had raised himself. Letitia was shocked and asked if the Duke bred such a pet. Tiger approached Lavina and her breathing stopped. She begged and screamed for him not to eat her. Jade informed that he did not eat humans unless he was ordered to by his master. He also reported that he realized there was going to be a pet meeting and wanted to join in. But things turned out to be much more boring than he thought. Lavin saw Jade and her heart immediately beat harder. And then the girl was also shocked to learn that Lavin was a princess. Turns out she had a fight with the princess. Jade informed Lavin that he had heard she had been very nice to his little sister and had come to meet her. She reported that she was going to befriend the girl, but the girl turned her down. And why, one might ask, would I lie? Jade reported that as young as she was, she just needed to be a little more savvy to live in the palace. He asked her what kind of daughter she was. Jade informed Lavin that there were plenty of people in the royal family who could replace her. But in the prince's family, Letitia is the only daughter. If she continues to act like this, the relationship between the prince and the royal palace could go sour. He asked if she thought that in that case His Majesty would walk and cherish her like that. He asked her to behave properly, then she would also be treated well. He called the girl over and told her to say hello to her friends. There were tears in their eyes. They were so happy to see her. It was the first time the little girl saw Jade like this. After all, Jade belongs to the prince's family. His appearance resembled that of Cullen. He strongly resembled Cullen. The little girl greeted Lavin and expressed her gratitude for her kindness. She admitted that she didn't even realize Lavin was a princess and expressed her desire to befriend her. She expressed a desire to form a friendship with her. Lavin reported that Letitia had learned of her princess status because of her. But the girl reported that she only found out about it today. In any case, she thanked Levine for not inviting her. Just as Daddy had informed the girl, there was nothing of interest here. So she left. After all, Daddy had asked her to come home early. And she added one more thing. Next time, she asked to greet each other with a smile on her face. She would appreciate it if Lavin smiled first. So she left, and Lavin was reassured by her friends. She saw that Lavin couldn't utter a word. Letitia realized that because she was the prince's daughter, they were afraid of her. The girl made sure the tiger was obedient. At one point, Pippi lightly bit the girl. She noticed the sharp fangs he had, and there were many of them. Despite Pippi's cute appearance, when he opened his mouth, she was scared. Jade explained that this was Pippi's way of showing that he wanted to be petted on his belly. Now the little girl understood what was going on. She then asked how the prince had managed to tame such a huge beast, to which Jade replied that dark mages knew how to put animals to sleep. The previous year, the Duke went hunting and rescued an injured tiger that had suffered from a hunter's arrow. In the process of treatment, the tiger naturally bonded with the Duke. It became a realization for the little girl that she should not be afraid of the tiger. He seemed kind and calm to her. The little girl assumed that she would soon come to love this soft and fluffy tiger herself. When Jade asked if she was afraid of the tiger, Baby replied that she was not, as she had been assured by Jade and her father that the tiger was not dangerous. He asked how her mood was. Baby replied that she was fine, although she was a little worried about the consequences. He inquired what she was afraid of. Her answer was that all her classmates hold important positions while she considers herself an ordinary person. She pondered the possibility of leaving the school. Although she did not expect a direct threat from her classmates, she felt it would be awkward to face them at school. Jade reminded her that she could leave school at any time, and if need be, he would help her get rid of everyone but her, so she needn't worry. However, if they continue to hurt her, that could change. If she told anyone about it, she would be scolded by the head of the family. She expressed her gratitude to Jade for accompanying her. Our baby has undergone a change. Before, when faced with such mean girls who bullied her, she would be inclined to think that it was useless to fight. She would have been inclined to even adapt to them since they were vastly different from her. Now everything was different. She is deeply resentful of being unnoticed. Yet the entire prince's house treats her with such care and warmth. She feels uncomfortable in front of them as she does not want to allow herself to show resentment. She is no longer someone who accepts neglect. The winter landscape outside her window no longer seems so cold to her. At the end of the day, there are those who appreciate her. Thanks to their support, she has been able to transform herself. Now, no matter what happens, she feels confident. Maybe this is some kind of special winter miracle.